Okay, some housekeeping rules to start with. So please use the chat to communicate and interact throughout the day, and also use the Q&A function to ask our speakers any questions you might have. If you've got any technical issues with Zoom or anything else, please contact Kieran on the Zoom group chat directly, and raise your hand if you want to verbalize your question instead of typing it. So your video as participants is disabled and your microphone will be muted, and that's to avoid any disruptions and ensure a good experience for everyone. So the whole conference will be recorded and it will be uploaded onto our YouTube channel within 2 to 3 weeks. So if you know of someone that would love to be here today but they can't for different reasons, please share that information with them, and keep an eye for our social media announcing that the recording has been uploaded. Perfect. So that's the agenda of the day. So we've got 10 till 10:15 welcoming introduction, and then we've got Fahim with his keynote speech. Fahim's already joined us. Then we'll have a quick ice-breaking session before the next keynote speech, which is Shilpa Patel. And then we'll have our lunch for 40 minutes, and we'll restart back at 1 p.m. With 2 back-to-back workshops. So the first one will be managing finance and startups in pharmacy, and that will again be run by Fahim. And then we've got the workshop by Kumail George, and that's named The Art of Selling Yourself Through Effective CV Writing. Then we'll have a quick break for 10 minutes, quick comfort break for tea and coffee before our last session for the day, and that will be with Shabina Azmi, focused on leadership in pharmacy. And finally, closing of the day and feedback at the end. The keynote speeches also include Q&A within them. So within that 1 hour, you have time to ask questions either throughout or at the end, depending on how the keynote speakers want to do it. Lovely. So a quick run through the speakers. So first we've got Fahim, who's already joined us, as I said. So Fahim is a pharmacy entrepreneur, director of Ahmi Pharmacy and Ahmi's Clinic, and he will talk us through what he does on his daily basis with those businesses. And he's also founder of MedLearn, which some of you might have heard about. Then we've got Shilpa Patel, who is the GP partner and a lead prescribing pharmacist. And she's also a founder of AskShilpa.com, who is a very useful prescribing resource for pharmacists as well as other healthcare professionals. Then we've got Kumail George, who will run, as I said, the Career Advancement CV Writing Workshop. Kumail is pharmacist business strategist and coach, and she's also one of the 3 co-founders of the Female Pharmacist Leaders Network. Then we've got Shabina, who will do the Leadership in Pharmacy Workshop. Shabina is the ICB Chief Pharmacist in Bedfordshire, Luton and Milton Keynes, and she's a former NHS England Workforce Training and Education National Program Lead for Supervision Reform and System Leadership. Okay, so we'll do a quick activity before we pass on to Fahim. So we've got a quick Mentimeter prepared for you guys. Sally, are you happy to share? Actually, before you share, Sally, Key, can you please introduce yourselves?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Kieran O'Brien. I'm the Secretary General for the BPSA, and I am a foundation trainee pharmacist.
Hi guys, so my name is Sally. I'm a graduate officer for BPSA, and I'm also a foundation trainee.
Lovely, thank you both. So Sally and Kieran will be helping throughout the day, and we'll have some executive members joining us later as well. All right, so we've got a quick Mentimeter prepared for you guys just to get a sense of who have joined us today. So we'll run that throughout the day. It's a few questions on there, and I hope we make it a bit more interactive for you. So the first question is, where are you in your pharmacy journey? Are you still undergrad doing your MPharm degree, or you're a foundation year trainee like Sally and Kieran, or you're a qualified pharmacist like myself? Okay, we've got 1 year, 2, 1 foundation trainee, lovely. Do we have qualified pharmacists? Perhaps. Okay, year one. Lovely, welcome. If that's your first BPSA event. And year three, so we've got a nice spread. No, year four, so qualified. Whoop, here we are. We've got second foundation trainee, lovely. It's a very good spread, and I can just show how the conference will be relevant to all of you, no matter where you are in your pharmacy journey. Perfect. Shall we move on to the next question, Sally? Oh, we had second qualified pharmacist there. And which university are you going to, or did you go to and graduated from? So I went to University of East Anglia, Norwich. Sally went to University of Bath, and Kieran went to University of Portsmouth. Lovely. We've got UEA, University of Nottingham, Kew, Bath, Medway. Wow, that's a very nice spread. Aston, King's College. That's very good. Another one from Kew. Lovely. Amazing. Next question, please, Sally. And what inspired you to pursue a career in pharmacy? Why did you decide to study pharmacy? I'm expecting a very diverse answers here. Feel free to submit more than one reasons. Quite often it is more than one. Enjoyed interacting with patients and helping them. Lovely. Yes, that's at the heart of what we do in all healthcare settings. So that's very important to enjoy what you actually do as a pharmacist. Clinical patient-facing role, absolutely. And now the role of the pharmacist even further evolving. Help people, so we're all kind of on the same page here. Any more? Anyone wanted to do medicine? But went for pharmacy instead? Love the business side of things. Wow, well, that's the right place for you today. When working in pharmacy Saturday jobs, lovely. Yeah, working in a pharmacy is very good experience to build while you're at university as well. Excited for the future of healthcare, absolutely. Interested in development of drugs. Okay, so we're more looking into industrial side and production. Perfect. And I think we'll pass over to Fahim now, Sally. So we've got time in the breaks for more questions. Thanks for your participation, everyone. And I'll pass on to Fahim now to talk us through his journey as a pharmacist.
Good morning, all. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here on Sunday morning. So thank you very much. I want to start off by thanking God for giving me the opportunity to be here today. And then, of course, Emma for reaching out. Appreciate that. Kieran for being here on a Sunday. And Sally for being here. So really appreciate it. All of you folks are here today because we're going to have an absolute great time today. And that's what I'm looking forward towards today. So Aisha, welcome. Asmita, Dipti, Keena, Parasa, apology if I can't pronounce it properly. Sarah, Shadi, Shushlina, and Vipoja. So all of you folks, I want this session to be very, very interactive. There's no benefit in me just talking and talking and talking. I will absolutely give you a bit of background about myself, what I do. And then, folks, we've got to make it interactive because if you don't make it interactive, it turns into a lecture. And I've been lecturing this entire week, so I don't want to lecture anymore. So I need you folks to, first of all, switch this off, guys. Switch this off, put it on the side. Give yourselves exactly an hour to really understand everything that you're capable of doing. Because I remember when I qualified as a pharmacist in 2011 is when I qualified. So that means I must have been at university at 2006. I never had the opportunity to actually speak with someone who could guide me on how to open a pharmacy business, or what opportunity I have, even as not a pharmacist. Very, very important. I want you to focus on this. Just because you're a pharmacist does not mean that you have to do pharmacy. It doesn't mean you just have to do pharmacy. There's so much you can do, because what you learn as a pharmacist can open plenty of doors for you. So Sally, Kieran, keep that in mind. It's not just pharmacy. Don't fall for that trap. If I'm a pharmacist, I just do pharmacy, like a vocation. If I'm a teacher, I'm just a teacher. If I'm a doctor, I'm just a doctor. That's not true. You're going to learn skills, some of which probably won't make sense at the moment. Your essay writing, documentation. You're thinking, why am I writing all these essays? All of this stuff is building your skill set for you to be able to go out there in the world and demonstrate what you're capable of doing. And it just doesn't have to be pharmacy. So, and I'll talk to you all the other stuff I've done, from property to teaching to helping others, inspiring them, building great connections, and a pharmacy business. In addition to that, I want to thank Shilpa, Komal, Shabana. I think that was the three of the panelists. I might have missed a name, but I think that was the three panelists, for them to share their thoughts as well. I've had great relationships with Shilpa, Shabana. I actually don't know Shabana, so hello Shabana, if you are here. But Shilpa and Komal, I know very, very well. So again, let me tell you something very important, folks. It's not what you know, it's who you know in this world. Makes a big difference. Big difference. If anything you're going to walk away from today, write it in your head, write it in your mind. In this world, it's not what you know, it's who you know. If you make the right connections, not only can you achieve pretty much what you want to do, but you can get from A to Z a lot faster. And it took me years to learn that. It took me years to learn that. Networking is very, very, very important. So let's get into the a bit about myself, and then I'll talk you through kind of what I've done. And I'm happy to tell you everything from the start, quite frankly. Not everything in my life has been rosy. Not everything's been rosy, but that's just the way it is. Okay, so let's start. So my name is Fahim. I'm a pharmacist prescriber. I'm a contractor. That means I own a pharmacy business. And apparently I'm an entrepreneur as well, whatever that means. So, you know, entrepreneurship is a bit of a funky word that gets used a lot. And some of you might get overwhelmed by it as well. I was, because I thought to be an entrepreneur, you had to be like Steve Jobs or Bill Gates. That's not true. Not everyone is going to be Steve Jobs, and not everyone is going to be Bill Gates, okay? And maybe it's not something you want to do, so it doesn't matter either. What I want you folks to learn today is, number one, is have a think about what you're thinking at the moment you're going to do later on, and challenge those thoughts. So some of you have mentioned patient care. Some of you have mentioned I want to run a business. Some of you have mentioned, I don't know if anybody did mention that they wanted to do medicine, and this might be one step, which is fine as well. But there's plenty that you folks can do. And I want you to keep in your mind more than 3 options. So it can't just be, I want to be a pharmacist and work as a pharmacist. I want you to think at least 2 or 3 other things that you think that you're capable of doing after the conversation today. I also want to demonstrate to you all the wonderful skill set that you have. And honestly, if it wasn't for pharmacy as a profession, I wouldn't have been able to do what I've done today. So I'm very thankful for that, 100%. You know, we sometimes, you know, knock the profession. I speak with a lot of pharmacists. I'm not happy with what I do. I don't like pharmacy, blah, blah, blah. The problem isn't pharmacy. The problem is you're not putting yourself in situations where you can challenge yourself, challenge the status quo, and achieve other things. It's not pharmacy. Pharmacy is fantastic. If it wasn't for pharmacy, I wouldn't even be here today. So don't forget that. Recognize the importance of professional networking. My God, it's so important. Like, if I didn't have presence on LinkedIn, then Emma wouldn't have found me. If I didn't have presence with the stuff I do, she wouldn't have found me, because I don't actively, like, I've actually physically never met Emma, but I've spoken to her on the phone. I've had a conversation with her now, and I'm seeing, you know her now. So again, how did she find me? Through networking, because I've got a presence out there, and she got in touch, and very proactive, very proactive. She didn't think twice. She just said, look, I want to speak with this gentleman. I'm going to get in touch, send an email, send a, and she went as far as to send a letter, which was the first time I've seen that. I've never seen a letter. I've sent emails. I've seen maybe WhatsApp, because you can go on my YouTube channel. I've seen LinkedIn. I've never seen a letter. And I think that's so cool. And it just demonstrates how passionate she is and how she obviously goes for what she wants. And that is something like, hats off to you, because I've never had anyone approach you by letter. So, I think that was super cool. I think that was also very much demonstrating that when you want something, you go for it. You go for it. So, amazing. And I will ask you at the end, Emma, why did you send a letter? I'm still curious to know. You could have easily got in touch by email, but we'll discuss that later. Assess the role of pharmacists in a broader healthcare ecosystem. Now, whatever that means is basically like a pharmacist, those days are long gone where you had a prescription you dispensed. It's finished. That was years ago. It's gone. You have an opportunity to work as a clinician, reduce burden on GPs, work with the multidisciplinary team. And that means not just a pharmacist, a doctor, but pharmacist, doctor, nurse, physio, osteopath, social prescribing. That's what I mean, the wider healthcare team. And there's so much more that we can do now. So years ago, when I qualified, it was a case of, it was getting to the end. But at that time, what it was pharmacy was still very much focused on dispensing. So if you were a pharmacist, your major role was you had a prescription, you dispensed, you did a bit of counseling on how to use the medicine. You then did medicine use reviews where you spoke about medicine. But I want you to remember, like I qualified in 2012, 11, 12, non-medical prescribing, that means what a pharmacist could legally prescribe, was around since 2006. 2006. And it was only in 2024 where it's now going to become part of your MPharm degree. So you can see that we've been talking about this change for years, but it's taken absolutely years for it to happen. And it's not anybody's fault. It's because it's such a huge infrastructure. You know, there's 60,000 pharmacists. How do you know, it's hard enough to run your family with 3 people, let alone 60,000 pharmacists you have to manage. So that's why things take a bit longer. But why that's relevant was because when I qualified in 2011, I was very fortunate to have a wonderful team. I had Tawfiq, who's a family friend and my mentor, who taught me everything about business. When I first started to work, I was working for a very minimal salary as a pharmacist because I understood that I have to update this. Not my haircut, I mean my brain. I have to update my brain because we invest in the latest phone, we invest in the latest car and all these gadgets, but what we forget to invest in is your brain, is you need to keep learning, folks. You're lifelong learners. And that's what I did. I thought, you know what, forget the money. The money will come. And this was something that was taught to me by my brother, who's been very influential in my life, and my parents. And they said, Fahim, the money will come. Right now, focus just on learning. Spend time with Tawfiq. He'll act as your mentor, and he will teach you everything about a business. And he did put his money where his mouth is. He taught me everything about a business, everything. He recommended books that I would read on entrepreneurship, a business startup. And I can't stress enough the importance to continually read. Like podcasts and all this stuff is good, but you need to keep reading. Even if you read a page a day, you need to read, and anything that you enjoy. So don't stop reading. And these days you can get it on ebooks. Okay. There are so many wonderful websites out there that give you content. So keep learning, keep educating yourself. And so I started to read books about management, dealing with people, and so on. And even after reading those books, I made mistakes. I newly qualified. I was very eager. I had a bit of an ego problem as well. So I went in there to work and I was like, I'm in charge and you do what I say. The whole team fell apart. It doesn't work like that in life, boys and girls. It doesn't work like that. You can't go there and stamp your authority on people. Nobody wants to work with a person like that. And I lost the entire team. I lost the entire team because I was so like passionate and I didn't even think about how they might have felt or where they want to see themselves in life. I went in there and said, guys, everything you're doing is wrong. I want this pharmacy to be doing 10, 20,000 items and you guys don't know what you're doing. I was newly qualified and, you know, I thought I knew everything because I was the pharmacist. So I was the pharmacist. I thought, hey, you're a dispenser or you're a technician or you're a delivery driver. You're not in my, you know, kind of field. It doesn't work like that. Then I remember Tawfiq sat me down and basically said to me, you've lost your team. And now we've got a problem because you've gone about it the wrong way. That's not how you get people on side. To be successful in life, folks, you need a team. It doesn't matter what religion you're in, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Christian, whether you don't even believe in religion or you're a businessman, you only become successful if you have a great team. If Emma has done well today, it's because she has Sally, she has Kiran, she has a great team around her. Otherwise, she can't make it work. Doesn't matter how smart you think you are. Doesn't matter how clever you think you are. There's only 24 hours in the day and half our life we spend time sleeping, by the way. So I want to put that out there as well. Half your life is going to be sleeping. most of the time you're sleeping. So rule number one, write it down, is I have to network and build a good team. That's the first thing you write down. I have to network and I have to build a team and respect people. Okay? You don't have to be the cleverest person in the room. You don't have to be the cleverest person in the room. You hire and you work with the cleverest people in the room. That's what you do. That's what you do in life. And it took me 10 years to learn that because I thought I had to know everything. It doesn't work. Before it was all about, I want to own my pharmacies. And, I have got 2 pharmacies and others have got multiple partnerships and plenty of pharmacies I have partnerships in. And before that, I thought I had to own them all. I have to own every pharmacy. It doesn't work like that. You can't do everything alone. And if you are financially well off, in my opinion, we should distribute that wealth. And that wealth doesn't have to be money. It could be knowledge. Knowledge is the biggest wealth. So it doesn't have to be that I have to distribute money. You can distribute knowledge as well. So anyway, after I learned that, I then went up to set up my pharmacy business. And the first pharmacy business we opened up with the help of my parents, and my brother's a pharmacist as well, was one in Bicester. And that was a 100-hour pharmacy. So that was a pharmacy that you opened 8 in the morning to 11 at night, Monday to Saturday. And you worked 9 till 7 on Sundays. So we set that up and we were very fortunate because for any of you who's looking to start up a business, it's challenging. It's not difficult. I don't think anything is difficult in life. There's nothing harder than life. It's challenging and it will challenge you because to run a 100-hour business, and just think of the numbers, right? Before you even start to get any prescriptions, you have to fork out a bill for a pharmacist at £3,000 a month. Or even if you do the math, even if you pay somebody £28 an hour, that's around £4,000. And you need to run it for 100 hours. So let's do the numbers. £28 an hour, okay, times 100 hours a week. Now you do the math itself, how much it's going to cost you. So it's costing you just the pharmacist salary alone in excess of £10,000. And you've not made it even a single penny yet. Then you need your staff, okay? And let's say you pay everybody, let's say the minimum salary, £10 an hour. You still need to run it for 100 hours. So 10 times 100, do the math, and you need at least 4 people, okay? If you're looking to grow your items, or even 3. So you're looking at nearly close to £20,000 just a salary before you've earned a single penny. That's it. That's your start. And then for the year, so £20,000 for the year, because you need to have money in the, think about it, folks. If you're going to run a business, you've got to factor in for 1 year. You can't just say, I'm going to have £20,000 for 1 month. What happens the next month, the next month, the next month? So you can see that there was a huge bill to outlay, and 100 hours are just more expensive. But we were lucky because my brother was a pharmacist. I'm a pharmacist. We had a big team of dispensers who were family, and we ran it basically for free. We ran it and just worked with the premise that at some point that we'll be able to basically bootstrap this. That means that we keep working hard and then the money will come. And that's what we did. Now, it was been a lot of fun. I mean, it landed me in a divorce as well. So, your business is going to put a lot of pressure on you because think of a business like a child. It's day and night, needs your attention. And then if you can't balance your relationships, you can't balance your health, you can't balance work, it falls apart. That's why people go through depression, they go through anxiety attacks, because it's a lot to balance, and it's not for everyone. It's not for everyone. Okay. Then I set my pharmacy business up and everything was going well until the NHS decided that we're going to make funding cuts. So what happened then? The NHS decided we're going to make funding cuts. And there was an article that said now or never, shaping pharmacy for the future. And I think this was around 2011, 12 or 13 it came out. And it spoke about everything that has to happen, that's happening now. Pharmacists should be prescribers. Pharmacists should be innovating. That means coming up with new ideas and challenging the status quo. Pharmacy should be working with doctors and using their prescribing qualification and doing more services. So everything that you're talking about now was written in around 2011, 12 by the RPS. It was all written there. And it basically said, if you don't change the way you work, as our profession, we're going to really struggle, and especially as a business, because the NHS is very clear that it's not just about, and I'm going to say this crudely, sticking a label on a box and just dispensing. It's not about that anymore. It has to change. And that's when I realized that they're right. if I'm not careful, I'm going to go bankrupt. Not only will I go bankrupt, but I won't be able to help my patients. I won't be able to make a difference in this world, and I won't be able to really inspire others to do what I'd like them to do and what I'm doing. Then I thought, okay, let's do non-medical prescribing. But you know what was making me panic about non-medical prescribing? That was that it was around since 2006. And why hasn't anybody done anything with it? And I always wondered, why? Like, I'm not Albert Einstein or Newton. There's big organizations. Why have they not implemented this structure? And I was about to find out why. But I looked at my business plan. I said, what's my business strategy? Number one, I thought our biggest paymaster is the NHS. And there's a problem with that as well as benefits. Number one, if your only customer is one person, and that's your only customer, I don't know if you guys can write this in the chat, but Aisha, Alisa, Asmita, all of you folks, tell me what's the problem with having just one customer? Just one customer, the NHS, your biggest customer. Even Sally or Kieran, any one of you folks, tell me what's the problem if you've got a product and you've only got one customer. What's wrong with that? What's the problem? Who can write it in the chat? Let's wake you guys up. I don't know if you can write in the chat, but you should be able to. It says host and panelists. I don't know if everybody else can write in the chat. Emma, can they write in the chat? I don't know. Yeah, you can. Okay, so
Yeah, everyone should be able to write.
I want you to write it in the chat. Come on, folks, don't be shy. It's not like we know who you are directly, but Dipti, Asmita. Okay, number one, competition with other pharmacies. That's a problem. But even bigger problem, imagine I'm your only customer. Exactly. Exactly. So most importantly, right? If you've got one customer and I'm your only customer, then you do as you're told. Simple as that. Let me explain that to you. If the NHS says tomorrow to us, folks, we're going to make funding cuts, you don't have a choice. What can you do? It's your only customer. It's your biggest customer. If he says, look, actually, I'm not going to use community pharmacy anymore. I'm not saying it's going to happen. There's an organization in the States that can deliver it cheaper. Now what's going to happen? Everything has changed. And that's essentially what's happened, because the NHS is saying, right, we need value for money. And the truth is, at the moment, you're dispensing medicines, but we think that could be done a lot cheaper. We think it can be done a lot cheaper. We think it can be done a lot more efficiently. And as a pharmacist, I thought, whoa, if I've only got one customer, I'm in trouble, because whatever the customer says goes. If the customer says jump, I say how high. Then I thought, how do I pivot my business? How do I make it different? And I thought, look, I get so many patients who present with illnesses that can't be treated. I get so many patients who present with diseases that we can't treat. Why don't I do my non-medical prescribing? Why don't I become a prescriber and start doing something privately? I'll have the NHS income. And why don't I do something privately as well? That's why I thought, let me go ahead and do something privately. And that's why I thought, let me do my prescribing. Not only can I benefit with patients, because I can improve access to healthcare, even if I don't charge them, I can improve access to healthcare. I can in-sync my vision with the NHS. I can reduce NHS waiting times, and I can gather data and go to the NHS and say, look what pharmacists can do. So that was basically what my kind of plan and rationale was to do my prescribing. That was basically what I had decided to do in terms of my rationale. Okay, is everybody with me so far? So to summarize, Fahim learns from someone called Tawfiq about a business, number one. He then sets up his pharmacy business and works loads of hours and so on. Asmita, I'll answer your questions, because if I start answering all your questions now, we'll lose track. At the end, you can ask me whatever you want, and I will tell you everything from start to finish. Okay, but quickly to answer it, of course, majority of your income will always be the NHS because it's such a huge supplier, but that's where you have to innovate. Anyway, so where are we? Fahim becomes a pharmacist. Fahim runs 100-hour. Fahim then realizes, oh God, it's way too expensive. I'm not earning enough money. How do I help more patients? So he decides to go down the route of non-medical prescribing, or decides to become a prescriber, which I think most of you is part of your MPharm degree anyway now. I think so. I've got a feeling it probably is. Okay, so why? Because, look, You might have not thought about this, right? And think about this. A pharmacist is the only professional that you can see without an appointment. Tell me any other professional. You can't go to a hairdresser without an appointment, let alone a pharmacist. So, if you're getting your nails done, you need an appointment. If you want a haircut, you need an appointment. If you want to see a mechanic, you need an appointment. Let alone getting hold of a doctor or a nurse. A pharmacist, you can walk in and say, hey, help me. 95% of people in England have access to a pharmacy within 20 minutes. 1.6 million people visit a pharmacy every day. Even on a Sunday, the phone is ringing. So you can see that we are absolutely accessible. So I don't see why, if we're so accessible, why are we not helping these patients and doing things differently? Like, I don't see why every pharmacy doesn't have a doctor. Every pharmacy doesn't have a nurse. Every pharmacy doesn't have a physio. Why not? Why? Why does it have to be in general practice? Why can't it be in a pharmacy on the high street? Why? There's no reason why. The traditionally it's always been in a general practice, but why not in a pharmacy? So I want you to think about that and think about challenging the status quo and think about how you do things and ask yourself, actually, that's a good point. Why doesn't every pharmacy have a doctor, a nurse, a physio, an osteopath, a dentist? Why not? There's no law stopping it, okay? And that was kind of my rationale for doing my prescribing. Anyway, right. So non-medical prescribing, this was my reasons for it. I've briefly touched on it. So in sync with the wider vision of the NHS, because I knew that you guys were going to be qualified, are going to be prescribers. So if I'm not a prescriber now, I'm going to become de-skilled. I already figured that out years ago, that if I don't do it today, tomorrow I'm not going to have a job. Yes, there's a gap in the market. Yes, I wanted to offer something different. Yes, a solution in a one-stop center. Yes, build a health hub. And yes, more importantly, my vision was always that irrespective of what you believe in, your race, your gender, all of us in this world should have access to fantastic healthcare delivered by individuals who are motivated, inspired, and love the things they do. That was my vision. Simple. I don't see why in the 21st century, we've got places like Africa, we've got places like, Israel, Syria, where people are suffering, or Pakistan, India, that people are suffering without basic healthcare. And so I thought, why don't I do it myself and start from there? So this was a bit about my rationale, and I wanted to innovate. Something different. I was quite fortunate in that I got a place in Anglia Ruskin University. And again, I'm thankful to my teachers and everybody that supported me. I gained my prescribing qualification. But then everything fell apart. So academically, I've always been quite strong. I passed academically. I thought, okay, I've done my qualification. And I remember seeing my first patient, because I thought magically in 6 months, God was going to intervene and give me all this knowledge that I could just prescribe for anything and everything. That's why I thought the non-medical prescribing degree did. I thought in 6 months, somehow I will absorb all this information, all these books, and I'll be able to prescribe. You tell me what actually did happen in real life. So Smita, Aisha, tell me what you think did happen in reality when I actually saw my first patient. Do you think I flunked it, or do you think I diagnosed and treated and became amazing? What do you think happened? Everyone tell me. Aisha, Alicia, Smita, Dipti, Kaina, what do you think happened, my first patient? Tell me, folks. What do you think happened? Write it on the chat. Do you think I managed to diagnose that person and did everything, and all of a sudden 6 months and 90 hours of learning was enough? What do you think happened? Dipti, refer. Yeah, Dipti said refer. Come on, guys, let's win this conversation. You have a chance to absolutely destroy my credibility, and you have a chance to tell me what you think I ended up doing. Didn't manage to diagnose and referred, panicked. Okay, come on, come on. A bit more. Needed assistance. Sarah, well done. Come on, guys. Different in practice, then we're learning. Good, good. One more, then we'll move on. Struggle. 100%. 100%. It was useless. Not the qualification. Everything that I did fell apart. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Just like you guys are going to face. I qualified and I sat there. I thought, what's changed in 6 months? Nothing changed in 6 months. Literally nothing. Nothing changed in 6 months. In actual fact, I realized that I was unconsciously or unconsciously, whatever the word is, incompetent. Because the truth is, the non-medical prescribing degree was not designed to teach you clinical skills. Nope. In actual fact, when you sign up, it says there, we're not teaching you clinical skills in 90 hours. The non-medical prescribing qualification was designed when nurses in the 90s were seeing patients. They would call the doctor and say, hey, Dr. Emma, could you write a prescription for impetigo? Dr. Emma would write. Hey, Dr. Sally, could you write a prescription for UTI? Dr. Sally would write the prescription. Hey, Dr. Kieran, this person has cellulitis, write some flu clocks. What was the problem with this? The problem with this was who was actually responsible for the patient's care. Is it the doctor who's listening to the nurse, or is the nurse diagnosing? So in order to bridge that gap, they said, actually, you know what, nurses, you prescribe yourself. So there's a clear, absolute responsibility. Otherwise, we're going to get in a serious mess. But what's different about the nursing qualification compared to pharmacy? What's different? What do they get that we don't get? Or what do doctors get that we don't get? What do they get? Different. And it's not academic. There's something else. Okay, Emma, recognition, yes, fair enough, but something else. It's true, recognition. Something else. In terms of, if you were going to teach someone clinical skills, are you going to learn it in a book, or do you need to spend time with people for hours and hours and hours? Thank you. The difference in a doctor, look, between you and I'm also studying medicine as well, just to put it out there. And the biggest difference isn't about academic. It's not academia. It's not that a doctor's academically stronger than you. Absolutely not. No way. You're all smart enough to do it. It's the fact that you get hands-on practice. You get hours and hours and hours of time with a patient. If I took you folks to Pakistan and we sat in a hospital for 1 year, trust me, you wouldn't even be carrying out surgery. You would. You would be, to a certain degree. Because you'd have seen it. It's practice. The books are only an average depiction of what's out there. The human is way more complicated. I don't care what books you read, whether you read Harrison's or you read your symptoms in pharmacy. What you're seeing here, what I've told you about tonsillitis, is just a general depiction. People present with all sorts. And I want you to do something. I want you to, after my session, go on Google, type in pneumonia versus atypical pneumonia. They're both pneumonia, but they're totally different. Have a look at the symptoms. You might think a pneumonia just presents with, the history would be this patient has a cough, productive or non-productive, fever, chills, rigors. Yeah, that's a typical presentation. What about atypical pneumonia, where that patient presents walking around without knowing he's got pneumonia, but might have a bit of a cough. And then later on, he develops consolidation where the lungs start to become a fluid and inflammation, blah, blah, blah. Everything changes. So symptoms are totally different. So the difference that I then realized in my practice was I never had hands-on practice. Okay, so what do you think I did then? Knowing the kind of person I am and the conversation we've had the last 40 minutes, what do you think I did? Do you think I just sat there and just said, oh my God, it's too difficult, I can't do it anymore, oh, his game is over, I have to wait for someone to spoon feed me? What do you think that I did? It's similar to what Emma did but yeah, what do you think that I did? What would I do next? Exactly. I was proactive. Absolutely, I was proactive. I was like, look, this is not going to stop in my way. Anything that happens to you in life, you have an opportunity to learn. You have an opportunity to learn. Anything that happens to you in life, you have an opportunity to learn. This is the key thing. Okay, let me give an example, right? And this is a bad example, okay? But I want to highlight something. When I first, for example, had my divorce, right, I honestly I didn't know what to do mentally. It was my first ever breakup, a real breakup, and I didn't have to deal with it. I considered all sorts. Do I think about suicide? Do I think about taking drugs? All sorts, medicines, what do I do? It's because it was the first time experience. I've never dealt with that before. I'm not saying now that I'm happy going through breakups and happy having divorces, that I can do it again and again, but I learned a lesson. The same thing, the first time this happened to me, I was gobsmacked and shell-shocked. Like, oh my God, what do? I panicked. I didn't know how to react. The first time that my business went through bankruptcy nearly, I didn't know how to react. I panicked. I thought the world was over, but you learn. You then deal with that situation again. It's like when you exercise, right? The first time you put yourself under stress, under load, it hurts. Your chest hurts, your back hurts, and then your body adapts. If you do it again enough time, you become resilient, you adapt, you do it again and again. So that's what I learned. So this first time I panicked, but I always thought, right, I've got to find a solution. That's always been me. Find a solution, find a solution. Sitting there crying doesn't solve your problems. Find a solution. How do you find a solution? Start networking. The first person I approached was my wife, my new wife, the second wife, I guess at that point, who was a doctor. And she always laughed and she would say to me, how's your 6-month course going? You kept telling me that you're going to become a pharmacist, prescriber, and you'll be diagnosing and treating. What happened then? And I said, look, I'm sorry. She goes, I told you, you didn't listen to me. We spent 7 years in medicine. You're telling me 90 hours you're going to take my role. You think that was going to happen? I said, well, I didn't realize. So then she taught me anatomy, physiology. I then spent time with her doctors, learning hands-on practice. I actually went all the way to Scotland and learned how to dissect because I don't know why that was relevant, but I started learning dissection, the human body. And then what I started to do was I started to get hands-on practice. Every time I had a patient, I learned how to take a history. I learned how to examine. I would pick up the phone and call the doctor and say, look, I've got this patient, dear Dr. Emma. This person has a sore throat, tonsils are swollen, enlarged, blah, blah, blah. This was my list of differentials. This is why I think it shouldn't be this, shouldn't be this. This is what I want to do. And then he said, yeah, good, that's good. And then I followed up the patient in 24 hours because I realized the best way to learn is follow up your patients. And I think one of the mistakes that we all make as pharmacists, we don't follow up. For example, let's say you're out there on the field, right, in a pharmacy. A doctor prescribes fusidic acid for, I don't know, a skin infection. Why don't you ask the patient, what were your symptoms? What did the doctor tell you? And then call the patient up and ask them how they're getting along. You will learn so much practically, so much, than reading a book. Okay, of course, read the books, understand exactly what the symptoms of cellulitis are, how you reverse cellulitis, but more importantly, at least start to also use the patients that you have and learn. And that's what I started doing in my pharmacy. I didn't always keep taking patients. Every time a patient presented with an earache, I said, look, I'm learning. Can I look inside your ear? Because I knew how to examine. And they said, oh, I've got otitis externa. I thought, yeah, that's exactly what the books say. The outer ear will be swollen. There will be discharge. I examined the mastoid bone to see if it's not spreading for something like mastoiditis. I knew the books would say that after 40 hours, the symptoms improved. I called the patient and they said, yes, symptoms are improving. They also told me actually I've got a bit of jaw pain as well. I thought, oh, that wasn't in the book. That can happen as well. And then I spoke to 3-4 patients. I found out that was very common. People to get jaw pain because of the nerve, the trigeminal nerve that runs there can cause jaw pain as well. So I started to learn. And that's how I started to develop my practice and so on. And then I was very lucky. And these were the problems, as you can see, I've listed there. But I was very lucky to then have an article written about me in the Chemist and Druggist. I went on to win awards. As a pharmacist, I went on to win the Pharmacist of the Year 2020, Pharmacist Entrepreneurship Awards, because I started to become recognized. People started to see that this person has set up his clinic. It's one of a kind, and it's something that pharmacists should be doing. And that's how Medline started. Because then I realized, if I'm learning all this, why don't I share it with other pharmacists? And that's how Medline started. Because my brother said to me, you've got all this knowledge. Why don't you share this knowledge? Why don't you distribute it with others? Why don't you teach? Why don't you show people how to set up a pharmacy? Why don't you show people how to run a clinic? Why don't you show people XYZ? And that's how Amy's Pharmacy then went on to Amy's Clinic, and then Medline was born. Okay, and that's how Medline happened. That was basically everything in an absolute nutshell in terms of how I managed to set up what I did. And here you go. There's an article that was in the Chemist and Druggist about everything that I've achieved. Again, I then started to develop great relationships with the Chemist and Druggist. I developed a fantastic relationship with them. I then developed a great relationship with the Pharmacy Business magazine. And as you can see, I started to network and so on. And then I thought, wait a second, why do I just have to work as a pharmacist? I can teach. I can inspire. I then started writing articles for companies, medical articles. Why not? I can do that as well. I then started to get in touch with a friend and started to do about assisted living and opened up a CQC registered clinic and looking into care homes. So you can see I started to do all sorts of other things. My brother's gone and done something totally separate as a pharmacist. He's gone into property, he's gone into aerospace and space engineering and so on as a pharmacist. So it doesn't just have to be pharmacy. Pharmacy was just it. Afterwards, you realize that you've got such a big skill set, you can do a lot more than just so on. And then I started to teach people how to set up a clinic, the importance of having governance in place, the importance of having a structure in place. I started to learn more about a business. I'm still learning, so close to bankruptcy and then starting up again. So I learned a lot of skills in that time. And look, there's only so much I can teach you in an hour today. I never had an intention to come here and lecture you on all sorts, but I want to just highlight that if you keep educating yourself, be proactive, learn from others, there's nothing that you cannot achieve. Everything is doable. So again, as a pharmacist, some of the skills that you can have is internal medicine, which is all about diagnosing, managing, network continuity care. Oh, you know what? Have any of you ever thought, actually, Sally or Kieran or even Emma, have you ever thought about acting as a tutor for your years below you? I wish I could go back to university now, because that's something that I'm doing in medicine. I'd love to do it as a tutor. All the ones, obviously, not plagiarizing for them and stuff, but I just realized there was so much I could have done in university as well as an income stream. I could have actually been a senior, because I was a senior, and all the students, and set up, even if I charged everybody, I don't know, like £1 a month, and there was like 30 people, 40 people, or 50 people. Of course I could. So I'm just telling you so much that you could have done. You could have learned in your spare time about how to read about websites. Knowledge. When I did education, right, we never had access to ChatGPT and stuff. And anything that you learn, either your teacher could explain it to you, otherwise you're kind of stuck. Now, if you take a word or a sentence from a book, write it in ChatGPT and say, look, explain it to me as a 5-year-old, even a teacher can't explain it that well. There is no excuse for you to not learn now. It's just knowledge is just so available in there. You should all be educating and learning. It just doesn't make sense. But amazing. So Kieran's already done it. So I wish I was as smart as you were, Kieran, because that never crossed my mind. At that time, it was all about partying and just socializing and just kind of wasting time. Wasting time. If you ask me now and I could go back, mate, I wouldn't waste a single second. I don't need to party. That's no benefit to me. It's no good to, not that I ever drank alcohol, but all that stuff is not good for my health. Why am I sleeping late? I'm not saying, oh, Fahim, you're boring. You're in your 30s now. You forgot life is. No. I've realized that I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to waste my time anymore. Okay. So I'm not saying enjoy yourself. I think look after yourself, stay healthy, but use your time wisely. That's all I'm saying to you. Don't waste your time in futile conversations, waste of energy. Educate yourself. Okay, and that's Medlearn. That's how Medlearn started. That's what happened with Medlearn. I then started to teach people how to basically run a business. At that point, everybody challenged me and said nobody would pay for your courses. Guess how much I charged for my first 10 students for 6 months on how to set up a business? Take a guess. How much do you think I charged for 6 months? Take a guess. A 6-month course to teach you everything I learned. What do you reckon I charged per person? Come on, guys. Sarah, Shadi, Usman. £200. Go on, keep writing. I want to hear this. How much do you think I charged for a 6-month course to teach you everything I know? Thanks. You think it's only worth £200, but fair enough. Okay, go on. Tell me. Guys, write it down. Okay, 2,500. Go on. How much? Keep writing. So we went from £150 to 200, 2,500 to £1,000. Good, thank you. You're giving me more value. How much do you think my time is worth? Okay, £3,000. Good. We're getting there. I'll tell you how much I charged. £15,995 is what I charged. Why? Because I started to see everything that Tony Robbins was doing, and I realized that why should I sell myself short? I've spent years learning this, made mistakes, made a loss, Is my time only worth £200 for 6 months? Forget that. If you want to learn from me, you want to learn it properly, I'll teach you. Again, I challenge the status quo because everybody says, nah, Fahim, it couldn't be done. Pharmacists are not going to pay. It's not true. It's all about value. I've got £10 here right now, for example, right? The question is, can you offer me something right now that I'm happy to part with £10? Can you give me enough value that I'm happy to part with £10? That's the basic crux of anything in life. Why do we pay $500,000 for a house? It's only a building. Because you perceive that is worth that much, right? You've got a car, whether it's a Lamborghini or whether it's a Toyota, it's still a car. It takes you from A to Z. It's not like in the UK, you can drive at 300 miles an hour. Why? Because you're paying for prestige. You're paying for the perceived value. You're thinking the perceived value that, oh, Emma, Sally might think, oh, check him out. He's got a Lamborghini. He must be rich, blah, 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 blah. What is it you paying for? It's just a car. It ain't that much different to Toyota. It's not, you're not flying, but it's about value. And I realized if I could add enough value to someone, this person is willing to charge 10 people at £16,000 to teach. That's what I did. Because I challenged myself to push myself. Okay. That's how this works. So I've said a lot and I've given you guys an idea of what we can do. I want you folks to ask me any questions you have. Business questions, anything about me, what advice I'd give you. I don't have an issue. Whether you want to be brave enough and you can ask it on the mic. I would prefer that if that's what you want. If you can't do that, then write it as a message. Any of you've got questions, guys, write it down. Because look, if you're here today spending a Sunday with me, then you might as well get value out of it, because you could have been spending time with your parents, your family. There's got to be something in return. So Shadi, thank you very much for being brave. You raised your hand. I don't know if I can make you speak. I think that maybe Kieran can do. I don't know if I can allow you to speak. Maybe I can.
Yeah, I can do that. Don't worry.
Perfect. Thank you.
Morning, Fahim, and thank you very much for this like 1 hour. As you said, I've got a question for you. First of all, we gonna graduate as a prescriber, and as you know, like they don't teach us enough at uni to go out there and do all this diagnosis. What are your advice for new qualified pharmacist prescriber? And second question, I think you mentioned you're doing medicine at the moment. What makes you switch to medicine or like have it as a second career? Thank you.
Okay, so I think I'll touch the medicine part first. Everything I do is very much planned for a reason, and it's all part of my business. I have no intention of doing medicine because I want to be a doctor. That's not the reason. I'm doing medicine because I want to open my own university. I want to grow my Medlin, my teaching organization. That was my rationale for it. I don't think that I could ever work for anybody. I would be the worst employee. You don't want to hire me to work for you because I would be an absolute nightmare. So my reason for medicine to do it was part of my business plan. Was because I realized in order to build my network, I need to join this fraternity and also educate myself so I can inspire others. That was my reason, nothing else. I'm a pharmacist. I will always be a pharmacist. The only reason I said medicine out there, because some of you folks want to do medicine. And think about it, I'm 34. If you want to do medicine, do it earlier. Okay, let's think about it, right? I'm 34. I go do medicine, right? 5 years university or 4 years. I'm 38 now, right? Foundation year 1 and 2 takes me to 40. 7 years to become a GP, 47. I can never match the income of a pharmacist now, can I? Think of the earning potential is gone. You guys, if you're young and you want to do something, decide now. Don't waste your time. If you want to do medicine, prepare for your UCAT, MCAT, and do it. Or whether it's dentistry, or you want to become a pilot. I know a pharmacist of mine who's a pilot now. He totally changed. And he loves what he does. Enjoy what you love. Don't just do things for the sake of it. So about medicine, I hope I made that clear. My rationale wasn't as a second career. I don't think I could work for anyone. It was all very much entrepreneurial and blah, blah, blah. That's why. Okay, I hope that makes sense. The next question you asked me about universities not teaching you clinical skills. Unfortunately, the problem is that even universities don't have access to that many placements. That's the problem. And secondly, and I'm going to put it out there, is there's a fine line that you can stand on. If the university started to teach you a medical degree, then what do doctors do? Can you see there's a lot of stuff that goes behind the scenes? It's not that easy, not that simple. So what you need to do is you need to, first of all, I would say, start to focus on knowing your differentials. There's a book called Symptom Sorter by Keith Ridge, I think it's called. Okay, I think it's Keith Ridge, Keith something. Keith Hopcroft. Okay, Symptom Sorter. Look, let's say Sally, give me any act as a patient. Give me any 2 or 3 conditions. Just come up with a complaint. Anything.
I'm trying to think.
Anything. Simple.
Like cough.
Okay,
can't
cough.
think of
Stop
cough.
right there. Cough. Okay. I've got a patient who presents with a cough. Let's say it's a 3-day history of a cough. Okay. Before you do anything, if you don't know your diseases, you're stuck. If I ask Sally, right, or Emma, that this person has a 3-day history of a cough, name me at least 10 conditions that can cause a cough, and she can only name 2, game over. She has to know, right, a cough could be because of a pneumonia, bronchitis, pulmonary embolism, pneumothorax. It could be to do with GORD. It could be to do with starting of ACE inhibitor. It could be to do some foreign object. It could be pneumonitis. It could be asthma. If you can't come up with these conditions, it's game over. The first thing you have to do is your differentials. Okay. Now you know your differentials. You've got a list. Okay. TB, for example, you've got your list. Then all you do is learn the signs and symptoms of those conditions and what separates them. For example, okay, bronchitis versus pneumonia. Kieran, Emma, Sally, anyone tell me one difference between bronchitis and pneumonia? Whether it's a symptom or an examination. What's the difference? What do you get in bronchitis that you don't get in pneumonia, or vice versa? Anybody?
On pneumonia, you normally get consolidation and then the lower lobes of the lungs on a respiratory assessment.
Okay, so on examination is absolutely right. To define pneumonia, you need to have consolidation. What's difference on the symptoms? Because we can't start sending everyone for an X-ray. What's the difference in the symptom, Kieran? They both have cough. What's the different symptoms?
It's a bit of CPD for me, that one.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Number 1, both of them will have a cough. A pneumonia, you might also have blood as you cough. Number 1. Okay. Number 2, with the pneumonia, and by the way, don't quote me on this and say I put that in my exam and Fahim told me, blah, blah, blah. This is off the record, and I'm not giving anybody any medical advice. I'm not acting as a Medline trainer. We're just having a conversation. I don't want Kieran to go out there. I reach my diagnosis. Oops, it's a misdiagnosis. He told me no. We're just doing a class here. So let's get that disclaimer out there. Okay, so number 1, they're both going to have cough. I'll give you that. Bronchitis normally tends to be like a chesty cough, and pneumonia can be plus or minus chesty. Pneumonia, a family history of something. Healthy people don't normally develop pneumonias, right? A pneumonia might be someone who's already got maybe asthma, already the lungs are damaged. You're more at risk, okay? You're more at risk. It's important for you to understand, why don't you go develop a pneumonia? Because A, if you're not a smoker, or you don't have damage and you're eating a healthy lifestyle, it's unlucky. So that's at the back of your mind. Also with pneumonia, you get a fever, you get chills, you get rigors. And when you examine the chest, you'll have, and this is what you hear. Those of you who do have hair, just do this with your hair. That noise, that crackling sound, that's what you hear on a bronchitis, you don't hear that. Okay? So can you see? As long as I know my theory, I know my differential, life becomes easier. Shadi, has that answered your question? That's what, now the question is, where do I learn that? You can learn the theory, okay? You can learn the theory by learning your differentials. I've given you a book, number 1. Number 2, what you could do is you could also, you could get a book on internal medicine, like Harrison's, but it's a 7,000, 8,000 book. Oh, I know a book, Mertes. Get this book, Mertes. Mertes, General Practice. Buy this book. That will cover it. Don't get Harrison's because that's 4,000 or 5,000 pages. Unless you're doing medicine and you've got exams to pass, it's not worth it. Mertes General Practice. Buy these 2 books. Buy Symptom Sorter Hopcroft. Know your differentials, and buy Mertes book in General Practice. Know your differentials, read the conditions, and you'll be fine. And then, of course, you need hands-on practice. That's the problem. That's why what I decided to do, you might say, well, there's so many other courses out there. That's true. There are other courses, but nobody gives hands-on practice. Why could I give hands-on practice? Why? Because I've got a pharmacy, I've got access to patients. I've got my clinic. You see how I merged them all together? You understand how I innovated? Not only did I use my pharmacies for patients, I use it to teach doctors so I can give something back. Sorry, to teach pharmacists so I can give something back to our community. That's what I did. I thought out the box. I thought, why will anybody who sets up a teaching organization will struggle with this? The university struggle with this. But I realized, why don't I use my 2 pharmacies and use my clinic? And then guess what I'll do? I won't charge patients. Patients get free healthcare. I mean, look at that. Everybody's happy. Patients get to see free GPs. So now I'm not only helping the wider public, I'm helping students and I'm benefiting financially and I can distribute wealth. So you can see how I thought about the plan. That's how it works. So that's answered your question. Anybody else has got questions? Don't waste your time, guys. If you're here, ask questions. There's no point just listening to what I'm saying, lecturing you, because I'm not saying anything new here that I don't already know. I'm not saying you guys need to learn. This is just me. I do this on a daily basis. So you, whether it's Sally, Kieran, any of you, even Emma, Usman, if you've got any questions, just ask me. Let's not waste our time. So come on, folks, keep asking me questions that you have. And don't be shy.
We've got some questions in the chat.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you can see them. So one is from Sarah, and that's, is it possible to start a legitimate pharmaceutical business without MBA? Can you just start with a pharmacy or pharmacology degree?
Oh, I don't know why you put the word legitimate. I don't know what reference you make there, but look. Okay, MBA. Let me tell you the biggest MBA. When you're so close to going bankrupt and can't pay your staff, that's an MBA. The rest is theory. I actually did 2 years or a year. I started MBA in Open University and I stopped because of this theory. I know that I'm doing it practically. I don't need a book to teach me how to manage people and make money. An MBA, if you want a job and you want to do it as a job and you want to work in an organization, okay, get that qualification. But if you think it's going to make you an entrepreneur and you're going to make money and you're going to be rich by doing an MBA, no way. No way. Is it possible to start a pharmaceutical business? Absolutely, you can. But again, to start a pharmaceutical business, you definitely have to know about the MH. It would be challenging in this country. You might be better suited setting up abroad somewhere, like Pakistan, India. I think in this country, it's too expensive to set up a pharmaceutical industry. And you would need to know the right people and a lot of money. Because you need the right people. I couldn't start a pharmaceutical business. I couldn't. I've got money, I can set one up, but if you ask me on my own, I can't even remember the last time I made a suppository or this stuff with drugs was years ago. I don't remember how to do that. I can't even remember. If you asked me to have a look at the British Pharmacopoeia, I wouldn't have that knowledge. So Sarah, can it be done? Anything in life can be done. But to set it up, you need to have the right contacts, the right knowledge, and the right team around you, and a business plan. And it doesn't have to be a 50-page business plan, but an MBA is not going to get you to open a pharmaceutical business unless you went to Harvard or to Oxford. Anyone tell me why you want to go to Harvard or Oxford for an MBA? What do they give you that the other MBAs can't? Sally, any ideas? Kieran, any ideas? Emma, any ideas? What do they give you? No. It's not recognition. It's the connections. It's the people you meet. Those are people who are influencing the world. That's the difference. Yeah, of course it looks good that you qualify from Harvard. Fantastic. But it won't make a difference in my pharmacy if you're from Harvard or not. I don't really care. But the difference it makes is connections. Hi, Shilpa. Shilpa's here as well. So it's the connections that you have. That is why people go to Harvard and why people go to Oxford. Because these are all people that influence part of the world. That's why you go to Harvard and Oxford. And it looks cool, of course, on your resume, but that's not the only reason. Connection. So if you want to start a pharmaceutical industry, definitely. I think the first thing you might do is go to LinkedIn and have a look at pharmacists, find that, and reach out to them and say you're a student, you want to learn, and would you be possible? And it's a numbers game. Look, you approach 100 people, somebody will say yes. Simple as that. There is no rocket science. There isn't a rocket science. You approach 100 people and somebody will say yes. Okay, it's not, you don't have to, that's just the way the world is. Okay, somebody will eventually, I don't know, see mercy and say, fine, I'll look after you. That's how it works. So, okay, so there's no rocket science here. I hope I've answered that question. Right, any other questions? It says, oh God, Dipti, I'm doing clinical diploma at the moment. I will do the IP course in the second year. Which subject area would you recommend to specialize in a community pharmacy clinics for the future? That'd be good to ask Shilpa as well. I think get her thoughts on this as well. My thoughts would be on minor illnesses and general practice, but maybe me and Shilpa might differ on this because she's doing more for general practice, and I feel that there are enough nurses. So I don't know if you really want to focus on chronic care, but she can ask you in terms of general practice what they need. But I'd say the NHS has a problem with minor illnesses and patients going to the GP when they can be seen in a community pharmacy. But for general practice, it would be different. And ask Shilpa this question, what do you recommend? But if you're going to be in community pharmacy, I would recommend at least know your acute conditions really well. Okay. But in terms of what you should specialize in something that you enjoy. Simple. Something you're passionate about, something you really feel can make a difference to someone's life. Don't just do it for just because what I'm going to earn money in. Ask yourself, what do you enjoy and what can you make a difference in someone's life? That's the be all and end all. Irrespective of what I say, what Shilpa's give, but Shilpa will say the same thing. What do you enjoy? What are you passionate about? Do it in that, because then you can become an expert in that field and you will do well. So that's what I would suggest. But you don't have
Hi
to.
everyone. Did you want me to add to that?
Please, Shilpa, do. Please.
Yeah, so my name's Shilpa and I'm a DPP. So I do act as a DPP for the independent prescribing course. So I get asked that question a lot, and it really depends on the type of person you are. So some people are doing the course just to get through it. Some people are just trying to get the prescribing qualification, and I suppose at that point it's more about picking something that you'll be able to pass during the course. It's quite a difficult course. It's quite detailed. It's quite difficult even if you choose an easy topic. People find hypertension the easiest topic to get through because it's very kind of quantitative. It's either right or wrong, either their blood pressure's come down or it hasn't. I've trained people in doing it in HRT and in mental health, and those are quite difficult to pass, difficult to actually set up a clinic. But having said that, we've done it in those areas as well, and those have been more people who are really focused and they know what they want to do. I've had a pharmacist who really wanted to run mental health services, so she went for that, and it was really tough both on her and on me as well, actually. But if that's what you think you're going to be able to do, then do that. But having said that, I did mine in sexual health 10 years ago because that was what people really needed in the area I was working in, Brighton. And within a year or so, I just extended my scope and I probably do everything but sexual health at the moment. So you can always extend your scope later on. So it depends. If you're really sure what you're going to do with it, then obviously go with that topic. But if you're going to just learn how to, because you do learn consultation skills, you learn how to actually run that whole consultation, and then you can expand that into other areas later on. And then I'll second what Fahim said. If you're passionate about something, if you really enjoy something, that's what you're going to do well in. And that's pretty much what my whole talk's going to be about later on. I've really realized that anything that I'm passionate about, I do really well. So yeah, we'll come back to passion later.
Thank you, Shilpa. God bless you. Thank you. Yes. So again, she's echoed the same thing. But I think some practical advice is good in that hypertension, like diseases that have a very clear structure, like hypertension, asthma, they start to become a lot easier. And don't do complicated either. Like my practical advice would be get a qualification, get through it, and then develop your skill. Don't make it so difficult that you want to do epilepsy and you're struggling with it and then you get bogged down in the course. It's way too much stress. So, hypertension is good. Asthma is good. They've got clear guidelines, fairly straightforward. Have a look at NHS policy. See what they want pharmacists to do. Go on Google, type in the NHS policy for pharmacists. A couple of good websites, King's Fund, write it down. King's Fund, a great website to read. Another website would be Nuffield. It's called the Nuffield Trust, and these are all like think tanks. And this will start giving you ideas. Oh, there's a gap in the market for this, a gap in the market for this. So have a look at these websites. It will have a look. Just make sure you know where your profession is headed. and you'll find the answers.
And your local area, I suppose, is really important. Like, and that's why I ended up in sexual health, because I found I was trying to get funding towards it, and I realized that the only clinic that I would be able to set up in community pharmacy would be sexual health, and that's why I went with that. I actually realized later on I wasn't very interested in it, so I had to change direction. But yeah, you've got to figure out what they need locally.
So I think it's now. I think we'll leave it at that, because I don't want to get Shilpa's turn now to inspire pharmacists. So thank you all. Thank you, Shilpa, for your thoughts. But yeah, folks, get in touch. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. I hope you have a great Sunday. And I'm back, Emma, at 1 o'clock, I believe.
Yes, just after lunch. Thanks a lot, Fahim, for your talk. It's been very insightful and very inspiring, and I'm sure the message is very clear to everyone. Whatever they do is possible as long as they're passionate and they put their heart in whatever they do. So thanks a lot for that, Fahim. We've got you back at 1 o'clock. Do you mind please sharing your email address, just in case attendees have more questions that we can't cover right now? They can maybe get in touch with you, or LinkedIn.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to YouTube and just type in Medlearn, my number will appear there. My email will appear there. You'll find it. Just type in Medlearn, MEDLN on YouTube, and you'll see my number, my email and stuff. It's just easier. Just type it on that. And yeah, subscribe, like, and share.
Lovely. Thanks a lot,
Thank you.
Fahim,
Yeah,
once
thank you.
again for joining us Sunday morning. But we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. But feel free to stay behind if you want to listen to Shilpa's talk or the other sessions in
Yeah,
afternoon as
I
well.
just wanna add everything for Shilpa. She's a real inspiration for all of us. So guys, do definitely pay attention and ask questions. And Shilpa, over to you. Thank you.
Lovely. Thanks a lot, Fahim, again. Hi, Shilpa. Thanks for joining us on
Hi,
Sunday morning.
Emma. Hi, it's so nice to meet you finally, Emma.
Yes,
I've been
virtually.
messaging you
time.
for weeks, and
Yes,
really
I
nice
know.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So we've got Sally, who is our graduate officer, and Kieran, our Secretary General at the BPSA as well, helping out today. So we've got a few minutes. I'm not sure, Sally, should we do one more question? We've got a Mentimeter, which is interacting with the attendees, and then we can pass over to you, Shilpa. Is that all right?
Sure.
Lovely. So we'll just do one question. We've got about 3 or 4 minutes before the next keynote speech. So guys, open your phones again, enter the code. And the next question is, what's your favorite subject or module of your MPharm degree? Or what that was when you were at university, if you're a qualified or a trainee now? Let's see, we had someone saying curly arrow mechanisms yesterday. So I was surprised to see biochem. Biology, lovely. Chemistry, wow, okay. That's my one. Responding to symptoms, absolutely. Very important. Therapeutics, yeah, the clinical side of pharmacy. Therapeutics again. Perfect. Any more? I know a lot of my peers enjoy the simulation classes, and where we actually have real patient case scenarios to sort out, because that's directly related to practice. Pharmacokinetics, lovely. So a lot of different stuff. OSCEs as well, I guess. Clinical assessments, absolutely. And a university having all these modules and opportunities in that self environment is a very good experience to have. Any more? If not, we'll move on to Shilpa then. So we don't take more of your time. But yeah, Shilpa, thanks again for joining us, and I'll let you introduce yourself, and yeah, take it away.
Brilliant, thank you. So Emma, did you receive my slides, or do I need to share them?
Yes, I'm happy to share, or if you, it's up to you.
Yeah, so the first one's an introduction slide. So if you, I prefer if you do them actually, and I'll just let
Yeah.
you know when.
I'll
Then I
just
can
fill them out.
concentrate on what I'm gonna say.
Yes.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
So you guys have been on here since 9 a.m. So busy.
10.
Oh, 10. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had a latest
that's
part.
Oh, that's okay then. So they're not too tired already.
Okay, let me share my screen. Yeah, just let me know when you want me to move through the slides.
Yeah, will do.
Perfect. Can you all see it?
Okay, so as you can see, my name is Shilpa Patel, and I am a prescribing pharmacist. I'm titled the lead prescribing pharmacist because we have quite a lot of pharmacists working at our surgery. And about 5 years ago, I became a GP partner, and that's what I'm really here to talk about today. That's what I've been talking about for the last 5 years, how I became a GP partner, and it's kind of sparked a lot of interest around the country because obviously years ago we couldn't even dream of pharmacists becoming partners. And I kind of go around the country talking about how, what kind of things that I've done different that's led me down that route. Since then, we've had quite a lot of pharmacists become partners, so it's becoming more of a kind of common theme, and it's really exciting for us. It's a really amazing thing that we can all become partners now. I've put my QR code on there, which has got all my socials, and I think my email's on there as well. And I'm very happy for you guys to reach out. I'm very active on LinkedIn, so if you follow me on LinkedIn, I post every day, and I'm getting a lot of I'm able to inspire a lot of pharmacists and motivate people within this profession via LinkedIn. I'm on Instagram as well, but I'm not very good at Instagram. I've been trying and trying, but it's just not my thing. LinkedIn is where my passion comes out. And then you'll see the mention of Ask Shilpa there. So I'm going to speak to you guys about that as well. It's a website that I've created, which you're all welcome to use for free. So yeah, next slide, please. So this is what I'm going to talk about today, really. I was asked to talk about partnerships. So I've been thinking a little bit about kind of partnerships within the NHS, and I will talk a little bit about that. As I say, I'll introduce AskShilpa.com. I'll talk to you about how I became a GP partner, and then I'm going to have a little session on social media because I think that's been something that's really enhanced my career. And I'm assuming that a lot of you are way better than me at social media, and so I'll kind of share what I've been doing and how it's really helped my profession, my career. It's quite an exciting journey I've been on via social media, so I think you guys could probably do way better than I am anyway. So if someone had spoken to me, 20 years ago about these things, I would have really benefited from some advice. So that's going to be a little section as well. So next slide, please. Okay, so yeah, so I this slide is really just to show you guys pharmacy is evolving, and I feel like you guys are in a really, really lucky time. Any pharmacist coming out now, it's all completely changed. And I've just picked a random, selection of pharmacist pictures that I found. But pharmacists are now lecturing, giving talks. It's not just about the pictures on the first two on the left hand side, where we were just kind of dispensing and or working in a hospital. We're now involved in COVID vaccines. We're involved in running clinics, be it be within a GP practice, or people are running clinics in the community pharmacy as well. And really, what I think a lot of younger pharmacists don't realize is I've been a pharmacist for about 20 years, and I've been through real ups and downs. It's been really difficult. At one point, pharmacy was awful. It was terrible. We really weren't enjoying it. We were not being supported. We've been through real hardships, and people are still talking about that now. But because I've been there all along, I just feel like everything's changed now. We've got so many more opportunities, and we've got lots of different paths that we can go down. So every single person is able to find something that they can do. I mean, I was on a talk the other day, and someone asked me, "Would you recommend, pharmacy for your kids or for anyone who was thinking of studying now?" And my reply was, if you'd asked me 10 years ago, I would say no, just do not go into pharmacy. I honestly hated it. And in the last 10 years, there's been so many changes, so many improvements, and it's one of the best careers now. I would recommend it to anyone. So I don't know what year you all are in, but it's whatever time you qualify now in the next 2-3 years, or if it's this year, it's there's something there for everyone, and as long as you kind of find the right thing to do, you can really, really thrive. It's flexible working as well, which we didn't used to have before. I mean, I went straight into community pharmacy, and I was kind of behind bars from 9 till 6 every day. And now, you can have a varied week. You can be working community pharmacy one day and GP practice another day. You can be working for pharma companies. There's so many different things. But I'll take you through my journey and show you how I've kind of picked and chosen, and I've kind of figured out a really nice work-life balance, and I'm achieving loads, and I feel really proud of what I've been doing lately. So hopefully inspire you guys to kind of go down the same kind of a route. So next slide, please, Emma. So I wanted to talk about the partnerships, and it got me thinking. And one of the quotes I came across was, "In today's evolving healthcare landscape, collaboration is the cornerstone of delivering comprehensive and patient-centered care." And what's happening right now, which is changing a lot, is that we are collaborating a lot. We've got community pharmacy, and we've got GP pharmacy, and we've got hospital pharmacy. We've also got other streams in between, but they're kind of the main three. And what we're finding at the moment is, because we've recently got a lot of pharmacists moving into general practice and PCNs, and we're getting lots of different types of roles, it's actually making pharmacists become more recognized, and community pharmacy is now able to provide so many different services. So, we started off with flu clinics. I suppose it must have been about 13 years ago. And when they first came out, flu clinics, we didn't think it would work in a pharmacy. And now pharmacies delivering over 50% of the flu jabs in the country. We've obviously just recently launched the Pharmacy First this week, or last week, and already people are kind of questioning, is this going to work? Is this going to be something we're going to be able to do? And I keep taking them back to the flu clinic situation, and I'm like, we doubted pharmacy then, um, but having pharmacists within the general practice now means that we understand what pharmacists are capable of delivering. So we are now within general practice trying to encourage the GPs to kind of use the community pharmacy services more. We've educated our GPs on using NMS, which is the new medication service, the CPCS, which is a consultation service that community pharmacy use. And that whole collaboration is there now. So we're kind of partnering up. So, for example, in my surgery, we have got WhatsApp groups between all the pharmacists within my surgery and all the local pharmacists around. So I've got one which is called Boots and Wellbeing, which is my company. And we're able to really partner with them and send messages every day and sort out medication queries, sort out supply problems. So there's more kind of collaboration between the different sectors. And I just wanted to talk to you guys about shared decision making and patient-centered care. Oh, it says person-centered care. Meant to say patient-centered care there. And things have kind of changed over the last few years. And you just asked the question about independent prescribing. And it was actually when I did my independent prescribing that I started hearing these words a lot. It's all about patient-centered care and shared decision making. So any decision that we make has to be of a benefit of a patient. So one example for that will be, I might want to prescribe a non-licensed medication or something. And if it's the best thing for the patient, then I can use that as a reason for it to happen. So it's all about whenever you're making a decision, as long as it's best thing for that patient. And the other thing is the shared decision, so that you've got to have the patient on board all the time. And this is something that you learn a lot about on the independent prescribing course, and it's something that we are required to apply within our practice all the time now. So you've got to make sure that the patient is really happy. So you're kind of in a partnership with the patient. You've got to make sure that they understand everything and they're part of the decision making process. In the olden days, a patient would come in and you'd say, right, you need antibiotics. Whereas now we've got to kind of fish out why are you here? What is it? What are your expectations? What do you want out of this consultation? And if antibiotics is on the top of their list, then you can give them the risks and benefits of that. But if early on you've established that it's not something that they're keen on, then you would kind of try and figure out what they wanted and try and direct the consultation into that direction. So they're kind of two kind of concepts that you'll hear about a lot, and I'm wondering if you might be learning about that at uni already, or if it will be something that you'll come out with kind of later on. So if you've got any comments on that, do add into the chat, and Emma can probably, I haven't got the chat open, so if there's anything there, just let me know. But yeah, so they were kind of the important things I wanted to mention about partnerships. So let's go over to the next slide, Emma. Okay, so this slide is quite busy because my career has been pretty busy. And so I'm going to try and go through it all bit by bit. The first bubble is Norway, because and a lot of people don't know this, so it comes as quite a surprise, but I'm Norwegian, so I was born in Norway, and I had all my education there up until A levels, and I came to Brighton University to study when I was 18, 19, and I loved Brighton, absolutely loved it here, so I stayed here, and I still reside in Brighton. This was in I qualified in 99. So I went to Brighton Uni, and I'd like to just mention a few things there, because I do, as I mentioned, I do post a lot on LinkedIn, and one of the things that have kind of inspired people is my journey through Brighton University. And because you're all students here, I'd like to share a little secret with you guys. Although currently, as Fahim said, I'm a big inspiration to everyone and everything. At uni, you wouldn't have believed I'd even ever pass uni. I was awful. I really didn't know what I was doing. I failed lots and lots of exams, and that's something I talk about a lot on social media. If you're in a situation where you're finding the course hard, I found it really, really difficult. I think one of the main reasons was because I was from Norway, and our studies there are the Scandinavian kind of way of learning is very different to the British way, and I wasn't used to all these intense exams and things like that. So I actually during my time at university, I thought I would never become a good pharmacist. I thought I very often felt like a failure. I felt like this isn't for me. I've chosen the wrong degree, and I was so worried to disappoint my parents. So I just kept at it, and I had to do retakes probably the first 3 years. Every summer I was like busy taking retakes, and so it was a really, really hard time for me. And luckily I got through. But there was many times where I wasn't even going to be able to get through. And I talk about that a lot because I think a lot of people give up. We've got a few pharmacy students who kind of come over from uni, and they volunteer for us, and we've got one pharmacy student who actually works for us as well. And she failed her exams the other day, and I talked to her about, I said to her, I failed loads of exams, and she couldn't believe it. She's like, but you're so you're so ahead, and you're so good at what you do and everything. And I said, being at uni is very different to the real life, and it's only when you come out in the real life that you really realize kind of what it's completely different than what you study. And as soon as I qualified, I did my pre-reg, and then I got a job in an independent community pharmacy. So that had a really, really big impact on my career. I spent 5 years in this independent pharmacy, and I learned so much, because when you're working for an independent pharmacy, you learn kind of the business side of things. You get much more involved. And it was early days. It was like 20 years ago, and I was, the owner was still kind of very keen to teach me how to, find the cheapest drugs and, actually make a profit in that. And I think on that top line, you can see I've had quite a mixture, varied kind of community pharmacy experience, because I went from independent community pharmacy, then I went to locuming, and then I worked for Superdrug. So I've kind of had the variety. At Superdrug, they really looked after me, because they do everything for you. They look for the drugs, they do the ordering for you, but then the skills that you get for working for a big company is like management skills, and they put a lot of pressure on you with targets and being able to manage a big team. And I think locuming, which I did in between for about 4 or 5 years, taught me resilience. So, you end up in a different. I was living in London at the time, and I'd end up in a different part of London every day. We didn't have GPS back then, so I was sitting with my A to Z, and I was trying to figure out where to go every day. And you didn't know what you would walk into. I'd walk into drug addicts standing outside saying, "I want my drugs," and the prescription wasn't there. And so the three different sectors, and I worked for 4 or 5 years in each different sector, gave me a real good kind of backing to where I am now. So it's really important to kind of explore lots of different areas. And I think that's really helped me now, because I kind of understand all the different kind of sectors. And then the next 3 bubbles there are 3 kind of things that I took away from whilst I was working at Superdrug. When you work for a bigger company, they have a lot of good training. So I'd say take up as much training as you can. I used to apply for all sorts of things. One of the programs I went on was an Aspire program, and it was kind of like 4 pharmacists every year you apply for the program, and 4 pharmacists get picked to go on this Aspire program. It's a 1-year training program, and you learn kind of all the head office kind of side of things. You only go, I think it was about once a month, but you learn how to. You have different modules, and you learn income, and you learn management, and you learn kind of leadership, and you become like an aspiring pharmacist. And that was something I just stumbled upon, but it's really, really helped me in my last few years, because I feel like I did learn quite a lot when I was there. The other thing I did when I was at Superdrug was I did something called a pharmacist with special interest. So and that was something that the PCN at the time were funding. And so, whilst you're working for these companies, there's lots and lots of different things that you can try and fit in on the side as well. So I did a pharmacist with special interest in sexual health, which is what they were funding at the time, and then that led me on to doing my independent prescribing in the same kind of topic. And they were just, I was kind of like, I was having my family at the time. I had 2 kids, so my career wasn't really the most important thing, but I still managed to kind of get all these things done on the side, which I don't think I would have got if I wasn't with Superdrug, because they do kind of fund all these programs and things like that. So you do, just take any opportunity that's available, because as soon as I got my IP, it completely opened so many doors for me. And I think I wouldn't have been where I am now if I hadn't have, done my IP at that time. So I don't know if there's any questions or anything. Do you want me to stop for some questions before I go over to my GP role?
Yeah, we can make a quick stop if anyone wants to ask questions. It's nothing right now on the floor.
So yeah, that's kind of like my community pharmacy kind of journey. And so for me, I always look at that as kind of the first part of my career. Salita, you got a question?
Yeah, my question to you is, I mean, I'm very impressed as well with sort of your early years of experience with pharmacy. I felt like you almost dived straight in and just went for everything and really tested yourself and tested your skills very early on. So my question to you is, how did you manage that? Because you said you did do it for 4 to 5 years. What do you think were skills that were really impactful in your ability to navigate between all those three sites and all those three separate different jobs really as well?
Funny how you think that. I just think I just flew through it, and it wasn't really something that I planned. It was more circumstantial, I think. I moved to London, and there was an independent community pharmacy that needed a pharmacist. At the time, it was very easy to get pharmacy jobs. There was a shortage of pharmacists, so I applied for that job, and it just seemed like a really beautiful place to work. It was like a village pharmacy, and because I was very new to it, I didn't feel very confident. It was a nice, easy pharmacy, I thought, to run, and I started growing it. I started kind of proving to myself that I am a good pharmacist. It was a place that kind of was really good for me, actually, because as I say, when I was at Brighton Uni, I thought I'm not I'm not going to be able to do this. And literally from day one, I went in and I reorganized the pharmacy, and the owner loved me, and and I kept proving to myself day on day that this is something I could do really well. And I realized that my organizational skills are really good. um I think clinically, chemistry, biology, physics, I really struggled with all these subjects. But as soon as I came into the real life and I realized you've got to have communication skills, you've got to be good with patients, got to be caring, empathetic, you've got to be able to follow rules, hit targets. I'm good with those kind of things, and I really do rate my organizational skills. I think all pharmacists who have worked in community pharmacy are very organized. If you look at my pantry at home, you'll know I'm a pharmacist. Everything's like labeled and set up really nice and neat. And pharmacists who come over always comment on that, and they're like, "Oh, your pantry looks just like mine." It's all got to be nice and organized. Um, and I think that I found it really hard to leave that independent pharmacy because I'd built such a good relationship with the owner, and it was only when I fell pregnant 5 years later that I was able to leave them because I had to. So I took I went away on maternity leave, and then I couldn't work full time after that. So that's when I started locuming, because I was doing a lot more evenings, and. So I think it was more my life that just slowly took me through this progression. And I locumed for, as I say, about 4 years. I'd had 2 kids by then, and we realized that London wasn't where, well, we didn't have any family in London, whereas my husband's from Brighton. So we decided to move back to Brighton, and I happened to fall into this job at Superdrug again at that time. So this was probably 2005-ish. Pharmacists were in demand. You could pick and choose your wages. It was a really good time financially to be a pharmacist. But that's when all the kind of struggles began. It became really hard. They started demanding a lot more from us and that. But yeah, I think that's how I kind of went through. And I suppose a lot of people jumped around a lot quicker from pharmacy to pharmacy, because the more you jump around, you end up earning. You can ask for more wages and things like that. And I used to always worry that, oh, I've stayed too long in each place. Mind you, some people have been like 20, 30 years in the same pharmacy as well. So there's variety. But I suppose looking back, that that kind of progression has worked really well for me, because I've got a really good kind of understanding of all three of them. So I hope that answered your question, Salita. Any other questions? No. So then began my journey as a GP. And I think after I got my IP qualification, I just suddenly got this sudden confidence. I mean, I was really confident as a pharmacist from day one. I felt in myself that I was a really good pharmacist. But as soon as I became an IP, I thought, you know, I can go and do anything. I tried to set up, as I say, a sexual health clinic within Superdrug, but nobody was interested. And I looked at other ways to use my prescribing within the community pharmacy. And bearing in mind, this was 10 years ago. It was very new, and my managers weren't, you know, very keen to take that risk. And NHS England brought out a scheme where they would pay for, it was a pilot trial, a 2-year pilot scheme, where they would pay the salary for pharmacists to work in a GP practice. And it was so lucky that I came across that scheme, went for the interview, really didn't think I would get the job because I always thought at the time that hospital pharmacists are so much cleverer than community pharmacists. I've lost all my clinical skills. I'm really good at management and organization and stuff. And I thought, there's no way I'm going to be able to work in a GP practice because I'm not going to be able to answer the questions at the interview and everything. But I just went for it. And I was really, really lucky to be taken up by this GP practice that I'm working in now. And I just got on really well with the practice manager at the time. And I think Shadi, I've just seen your question. I'll get to that in a minute. And I think just joining the GP practice, being chosen to get that role gave me such confidence. And I went into the GP practice thinking, right now, you know, I've got a lot of experience and I really want to make really good of this job. So I put a lot of effort into it in that first year. And my kids were a little bit older by then as well. So I kind of went all out. And on my first day at the GP practice, the practice manager kind of said to me, "So what can you do for me?" And I didn't have a clue what goes on in a GP practice. So I was like, "Well, what do you want me to do?" Like, I just, neither of us knew what we were going to do with that. So he'd been given me for free. So he just kind of took me on. And I was like, this is something new and different for me. So he just kind of said to me, do what you want to do, run whatever clinic you want to do. And obviously sexual health was my thing. So I set up a contraceptive clinic, and I was doing a bit of kind of gonorrhea and chlamydia treatment and things like that. And I ran that for probably about 6 weeks or so. And that's when I suddenly looked around me and I thought, this GP practice is not running well. Patients were at the time being just given prescriptions by the receptionist, and I'd seen these problems in the community pharmacy from before. We would request a prescription, it would take days to come back, and you know, basically all these problems that I'd been seeing from the GP side in community pharmacy. That's what I suddenly realized one day. I thought, now I'm on this side, I can sort out all these problems. I went and sat in with the receptionist and I saw what they were doing. You know, the requests were coming in. The receptionists didn't really know. There was no protocol. There was no kind of, they were just issuing whatever said that they could issue it on the computer. They weren't looking at the review dates. Doctors were really, really busy. They were just signing prescriptions. I mean, there's everyone recognizes years ago, before it all went electronic, GPs used to literally sit with a bunch of prescriptions and they'd just sit there and sign whilst talking to everyone else, and you know, nobody would be looking at what they're signing off. And the same thing goes for electronic prescriptions now. You just click, 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 and you just sign everything off, and nobody actually looks at e-prescription because nobody's got time to do that. It's so fast paced, it's so busy. So I kind of went in and set up protocols, and they'd never followed protocols before. Everyone had just been kind of doing things the way they wanted. So I set up a repeat prescribing protocol. I looked into all the drug monitoring, and it was all new for me. I didn't really know about drug monitoring because when you're working in the community pharmacy side, you don't really learn that kind of stuff. You don't need to check all of that, or you've got no way of checking it. So I kind of went in and read NICE guidelines, looked at the BNF, and kind of set up our own protocol for our surgery to make sure every drug was being monitored correctly. And then rather than the receptionist issuing the prescription, I was lucky enough to be able to take on another member of staff, and I trained them up to kind of do that bit. And it was just more kind of changing the structures, changing the organization, changing the processes. That's where I did really, really well in my surgery. And although, as part of NHS England, we were supposed to be running clinics, every time I went for my reviews, they were like, "You haven't run many clinics." And, but I was busy just changing the whole organization. And the GP practice really appreciated that, although I didn't probably, look very good on all my reviews and assessments that I had with NHS England. It had such a huge impact on our GP that so when we had our review date, I had like an appraisal after 2 years where they at that point had to decide whether they would keep me on or the pilot scheme like hadn't worked. That's when they realized, well, all around the country, every single pharmacist who had gone into the surgeries, they had done so well, and it was one of the best, movements for pharmacy. And they realized at that point that pharmacists within GP practice is kind of the best thing ever. I was, lucky enough that my general practice took it a step further, and they offered me partnership. And at the time, that was really new. We didn't even know that pharmacists could be partners. And even for me, it was quite scary. I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this. I'm loving my 9 to 4 job, and I'm loving not having to have so much responsibility anymore, which I felt like I did have a lot more responsibility at Superdrug. So I kind of thought about it for quite a while, and then I realized this is a bit too good to say no to. So let me just throw myself in and see kind of what happens. I was actually really worried about, do I have to come in on a Saturday when the fire alarm goes off and things like that. Those were the kind of concerns I had. Obviously they gave me lots and lots of benefits with it. They told me I could have 8 weeks holiday, and I was like, yeah, where do I sign? This sounds great. That was really what sold it to me. But yeah, obviously income, and there's different types of partnership, and that's something I talk about quite a lot on LinkedIn and on Ask Shilpa, because generally when you have lots of GPs, they all are kind of like 100% partners. And so if there's five GPs, they all get 20% each. And so we were quite unsure whether, would they offer me 100% or would they offer me 50%, or, what they would want. And again, I was really lucky at that time because nobody had ever done this before. I just went, well, I just want to be equal with the rest of you, otherwise it doesn't seem fair. And, so I was able to put a lot of things forward, whereas now I think people, GPs, when they offer the partnership, people are asking me all the time, how did you, get 100% partnership? How, why did they not ask you to take a step down? I'm really lucky because the GPs in our surgery, there's no kind of hierarchy. It's all very kind of everyone's the same. So yeah. So if you've got any questions about the partnership, that's probably what I get the most questions about through LinkedIn messaging, emails, things like that. If you're ever in that situation, even in the future, and I also write articles about it. I write in the Chemist and Druggist, and I also write articles that go on my website about it. And I think I'm hoping to make time to keep writing more and sharing more information as we go forward. So I'll just have a look at that question again that came through. So Shadi's asked, what technique have you used to improve your diagnosis skills after finishing your IP? Okay, so I mean, after my IP, as I say, I set up this contraception clinic, and I realized that it didn't really, it wasn't the biggest benefit to the surgery, because the nurses could be doing that. Nurses were doing that already. And so for me to come in and do that really didn't work for me. What I realized was there was a big diazepam overprescribing issue. There was a lot of opioid prescribing. Our surgery was one of the worst in Brighton. and Brighton's one of the worst in the country. So it was we really needed to tackle that. And I think that's where I've kind of been really clever all along. I've always picked things that are really needed within the area. So we'd been told off many times for our diazepam prescribing, and it was an area that most pharmacists probably wouldn't tackle as a first, kind of topic after sexual health. It's quite different different topic. So I just threw myself in it. I realized that's where I can have the biggest impact. So I set up a benzodiazepam deprescribing clinic at our surgery, and I suppose the things that really helped me was I came across a website called benzo.org.uk. Best website I've ever come across. There's something called the Ashton's Manual on that website, and it teaches you all about addiction, why you get addicted, how you come, how you can get people off medication, and it's all about slow tapering. So I kind of studied this inside out, really learned it, and that's pretty much where I've learned everything that I needed for benzo deprescribing. And then I started off with just doing a few patients, and I kind of went deep. I started off with the 20 easiest patients, and then I went for slightly harder, more difficult patients. And I've been doing it for about 9 years now, so I'm on the really complex patients now. But our deprescribing has been, recognized all around the country. We've done so well with it. I also went and sat in with the drug addiction clinic, and I asked them kind of, why is this not working? Why are patients telling me they've come to you and it's not working? And I learned a lot from that. They were given a key worker, and the key workers kept changing all the time, and things like that. So I made sure that I was always there for them. It was always me they saw. I actually set a rule for all the GPs to say no GPs are allowed to prescribe any benzos. Only I'm allowed to prescribe it. So I kind of was quite risky and I was quite brave, but I went out and just solved this problem that was a huge problem for our GP practice. And then after that, I've gone over for opioids, and I'm doing antidepressants now. And so deprescribing became my passion, and it's something that I realized I'm really good at, and I really enjoy it. And that's what I kind of do the most. But having said that, since then, I've had to learn all the other topics, because when you're a community pharmacist, anything someone comes in and asks you, you've got an answer to everything. You know where to find the answer. You can be asked anything, and you find the answer. And what I was finding in the GP practice is, if they were asking me about contraception or benzos, I knew the answer. Anything else, if someone came, one of the doctors once asked me, I've got a patient on pregabalin and I want to swap them to gabapentin. How do I do that? And I wasn't able to answer the question. And that really upset me, because I thought, I'm the pharmacist here, I'm the medication lead, I should know everything. And that made me actually just kind of learn everything. So I've slowly expanded my scope of practice. Every kind of 4 or 5 months, I take on a new topic and I expand it, and I become an expert in that area. I set up a clinic, and that's how I've kind of slowly expanded my scope. And I'm now allowed to prescribe every single medication in the BNF, because I've over the years expanded my scope that way. And so being able to, back to your question, sorry, that was a really long answer to your question, but you were asking about the diagnosis within our scope. So in our surgery, what we've done a lot is we don't diagnose, we do everything after that. So you'll go to the doctor, you'll get diagnosis of diabetes. Once you've got that diagnosis, you come to us and we start you on the medication, we monitor it, we review it, we carry on. And it's the same in every single topic. Now, with hypertension, we slowly realized, actually, that's really easy to diagnose. We looked at the NICE guidelines, and I wrote up a protocol, and I'm very protocol orientated. I write protocols for everything. And as long as we're all following the protocol, all the other pharmacists who've joined the practice after, that's how we kind of make sure we go through everything. Do you have any advice when it comes to choosing the right GP practice or pharmacy? I suppose it's a bit hit and miss. I didn't know this GP practice was going to be amazing. I've had loads of friends who've gone on to other GP practices and they haven't been very supportive. I think it really depends on the GP, and I think it's just trial and error at the moment. Some GPs are really recognizing pharmacists, but some just kind of aren't. And I've realized that I'm running a little bit out of time, aren't I, Emma? So I'm just going to whiz through the next 4 really quickly. I put those 4 in: COVID, merger, socials, and income, because these are things that I've really put myself out there again to prove myself. When the COVID vaccine thing, or when COVID was on, we got told that GP practices needed to provide the COVID vaccine service. None of the GPs felt that they could kind of put themselves out there because they were so kind of overwhelmed with what was going on, and they had just been working too hard. So although it was only GPs who was asked to do this COVID vaccine when it first came out, I kind of put myself forward and said, do you want me to lead on it? Because I've realized by then I'm really good at leading on kind of projects. Put myself forward, and that got me really recognized within our community, within Brighton and Sussex. Another thing was the merger. So we've now merged 3 surgeries together. And again, with that, I realized that our GP partners, they're not very good at kind of organizing things. They're really good at their clinical side of things. But I put myself as merger lead, and it was like a 1-year project, and it was a really difficult project. There's a lot of things involved in a merger. And again, that's something that got me really recognized within the PCN, within all the surgeries in our area. So they're kind of these big projects that pharmacists wouldn't normally get involved in. And those are the kind of things that have really got me recognized and got me to a point where I'm not, they don't doubt me at all. If I put myself forward for any project now, I'll be the first one to get them. I'll come back to socials and the income bit. I was just going to mention that this is my next project for this year. I've never been involved in the income side of our partnership, so I'm doing a lot of research into how to improve our income streams. GPs aren't, they're not given any business study, or that's not what they were trained to do. And GPs are running these practices all around the country. And what I've realized is that pharmacists can actually do it better. At Superdrug, I got a lot of training on this kind of stuff. When I was in the independent community pharmacy, I got a lot of training on these things. And it wasn't even direct training, it's just experience, things you've learned over the years. So actually, whenever we have our meetings now within the partnership, I realize that I'm the one who's got kind of the best business mind amongst us all, and pharmacists do have that. We especially if we've worked in community pharmacy, we understand business. So that's something that I'm going to be working on kind of going forward this year, and I'm going to be talking a lot about it. I've already started talking about that quite a lot on LinkedIn. My next bubble there says 11, and that is just, I was going to get you guys to guess kind of what 11 might stand for, but because we're running out of time, I'll just tell you. So that's the amount of pharmacists that we've got in my GP practice now. So over the years, I have been recruiting pharmacists. Every time a GP leaves, we take on a new pharmacist. Every time a nurse leaves, we take on a new pharmacist. And we've currently got 11 pharmacists working just in my GP practice, which I'm really proud of. And it's something that we would never have thought would happen, but in one GP practice, yeah, we're running all the clinics and everything. I also work for CPP. I've been doing a lot of talks for them. I've been mentoring. And then I've got Ask Shilpa. I mentioned that I'm a DPP, and then I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our LinkedIn journey. So yeah, you can go to the next one. The next slide is just showing you what our pharmacists in our surgery do. So we've got, I'm the lead pharmacist, so I kind of jump into each of these clinics whenever whenever they're on holiday, or whenever someone's not available to run the clinic. So I have to know kind of all of this, but each one is specializing in a different area. And we've also got, the first one's a duty pharmacist. So duty pharmacist deals with everything, all sorts of queries that come in on the day. So everyone kind of rotates, and lots of people get to be a duty pharmacist. But this is just to show you kind of all the different types of pharmacists. So they're all specializing in all these different areas. And we've got someone who's doing acupuncture. We've also got trans medication specialist because we're in Brighton. So yeah, that was just to give you a bit of an overview of what we're doing. So next slide, please. Okay, then I just wanted to show you askshilpa.com. So it's a prescribing website which just gives you all the hints and tips of anything I've learned over the last 20 years, but specifically over the last 10 years. So all the protocols that I've written, everything I've learned whilst I've worked within GP practice is all on here. And it's being used by a lot of students, and it's also been used by a lot of community pharmacies because they're all starting to prescribe now. If you click on the next button, Emma, it just shows you kind of, these are all the kind of medical conditions that I go through. And if you click again, it's kind of quite an idiot-proof guide, and this website is something that I use to train all my pharmacists. So as soon as they join us, I get them to use this. So I'll give them different topics. So for example, with DOACs, there's 3 different kind of things that you could use it for. So if you click ahead, Emma, to the next one and the next one. So you've got, DOACs can be used for atrial fibrillation, it can be used for DVT-OP, and it kind of just tells you exactly what dose you need, what you need to look out for, because there's so much information everywhere. And it's more kind of like everything that you need to work in a GP practice, everything that you need to do a consultation within DOACs is all on that one page. And I've used kind of the BNF, NICE guidelines, everything, and put it all together in one place. So you're not having to click, because usually you'll find out this is what it's used for. Then you've got to go somewhere else to find out what the dose would be. Then you've got to go somewhere else. So everything, so it's very pharmacy kind of pharmacist based. And so a lot of students have found this really helpful. Next slide, please. And if you just click through this as well. So again, this is UTIs, and it just tells you really bullet points of exactly what we need to know, how to treat it, how to diagnose it, what to counsel. So it's all very kind of straightforward. Dipti's asked how often this gets updated. It gets updated as often as I can. So I'm pretty much on there every week. Anything new we learn, we just all add it. Now, I've given access to a few more of my pharmacists, and they all keep adding stuff to there as well, especially, because we're all specializing in different areas. They all keep adding stuff to it as well now. Next slide. And then just one more that gets used very much. Oh, if you just go back, is the menopause and HRT one. So so many people are getting involved in menopause now. So I've kept it really, really simple. So if you've never dealt with menopause before, you can actually do a menopause consultation by just using this one page, and it's one that people use a lot. And yeah, I would recommend it for all students. I've got a student who works for us, and she says she uses it all the time. She's from Brighton University, and she says she finds it really, really helpful for her studies for the GPHC assessment. Next slide. So yeah, I was going to talk about my social media kind of. So I joined LinkedIn 2 years ago, and I started kind of talking about everything that I do. And because I've been doing a lot in the last couple of years, I just post about that every day. But what it has given me is it's given me these kind of, these kind of talks. Emma wouldn't have known about me if it wasn't for LinkedIn. I'm doing talks all around the country, all the pharmacy conferences. That wouldn't have happened without the LinkedIn. I'm also kind of creating a branding. I'm being offered jobs all the time through my LinkedIn. And I keep mentioning this girl who works at the university who studies at Brighton Uni, but also works for us. And she's just started kind of a social media account, and she's finding that, she's really excited. She'll learn stuff and she'll put it on there. And I just feel like if I had been told about this many years ago, I would have done this much, much sooner. I would have just kind of built myself a bit of a brand. And I think it's the networking bit, which is the most important. And you just get to keep up to date. You keep discussing with people. And I think LinkedIn is a very, very good kind of area or like a good platform. I feel like in Instagram and Twitter, they just didn't work for me because it's different type of networking. Whereas here we get into discussions and yeah. So I won't talk too much about this just because of time. But really, what I want you guys to take away from this is, if you haven't got a LinkedIn account, set one up and just get chatting and just learn loads from what's going on there. People are sharing really, really good information on there. Next slide. Oh, good. That's the end. I wasn't sure if it, didn't realize there was so much to fit into this 1 hour. But yeah, so I've come back to the first slide just in case you wanted that QR code again. Follow me on LinkedIn and get chatting with me on there, and I will try and share as much as I can. When people message me, I get lots of questions on direct message on LinkedIn, and I try and write an article about it, and it really inspires me to kind of gather questions and just write about it and share my knowledge, which is all I'm about at the moment, just sharing everything I've learned. So I'll just go back to the questions. Oh yeah. Thank you, Shadi. Your account is very inspiring and insightful. Have I answered all those? I think I've answered everything on there. Is there any other questions at all?
Thank you a lot, Shilpa, for talking us through your journey. It's very inspiring. As students and trainees, I can say to hear from someone like you and see all the different roles that you've kind of practiced in and how far you've gotten and what helped you on the way. I've got a question for you, actually, if that's all right. As a newly qualified, I really wanted to explore a career and a part-time job, perhaps in PCN or GP pharmacy, but I've really struggled because most of the GP practices are looking for pharmacists that have independent prescribing course. So what is your advice for newly qualified or trainee pharmacists that want to explore a career in GP and they haven't yet done the IP course?
Well, that's really sad to hear, because when I take on my pharmacists, I don't treat them any different if they're prescribers or not non-prescribers, because for me, they all have to follow that protocol anyway. And I expect pharmacists to make that best final decision. If you go through and you choose a medication at the end, you'll choose that whether you sign it or I sign it. I expect you to have done your best anyway. And it's a little bit like in the pharmacy, we train our pharmacy counter staff and they make decisions all day long, but we're responsible for their decisions. But as long as we've trained them, you expect them to be doing. So that's how I kind of work in my surgery. Most of my pharmacists are not prescribers when they come to me. And then obviously we put them through the IP as soon as possible, but for the first year they're not. I've written on Ask Shilpa, there is an article about nailing your GP interview, and one or two of the things on there is figuring out, a bit like what Fahim was saying before. So figuring out what the GP practice is not doing well. So you can go and have a look on their CQC rating, and there'll be a little medication section to say this surgery, hopefully there'll be something there that they haven't done very well on. And if you bring that up at the interview and say, I can see that your medication reviews aren't good, or your deprescribing isn't very good, or whatever it is that they're not doing very well, it's all open to the public. So, and the link is in that article. You can try and and it's just, if you came for an interview to my surgery and you said you've shown me that you've researched my surgery and you know how to improve it, that would give you a lot of points. There's also something called open prescribing. Again, this is all in my article. And it tells you all about the prescribing of a practice, and no practice is 100%. There's always going to be lots and lots of problems. So if you look at their open prescribing results, it's updated every month, and it will tell you what they're not doing well, what they are doing well. So that's always a trick that I feel. I mean, if someone came to me and started talking to me about my prescribing, I'd be really impressed, and I'd be like, right, I need you on board. You seem to know what you're thinking about. And then, as Fahim said earlier, just apply to every single one. I tell that to so many people, just, just apply to everyone, and there will be someone somewhere who somehow, and it's really hard to keep getting those rejections, but,
Lovely. Thanks a lot. That's very helpful.
But have a look at that article, because I've got like 10 tips on there, and I can't remember the others right now. But yeah, there's some other tips. It's on askshilpa.com, and there's like a whole section called GP pharmacy, and there's a few articles there on how
Lovely.
to.
Thanks, Shilpa.
There's also on there how to get someone to be your DPP if you're thinking of doing the IP course.
We've got a couple questions in the chat.
Okay, so Vipuja's saying your website's helpful. Thank you for sharing everything you've learned. Victoria saying, hi, what advice? Thank you, Vipuja. Victoria saying, what advice would you give to someone who's interested in deprescribing? So if you're interested in benzo deprescribing, then obviously the website that Emma's shared in the chat. If it's opioids, usually if you, the ICBs, most ICBs have got that kind of as a target, so they're sharing a lot of advice. There's a lot of webinars going on. There's we've got a Sussex ICB, and we've got like an intranet that we've all got access to, and there's tons of information on there on how to deprescribe. I don't think I've shared enough on Ask Shilpa, and lots of people have asked me to share more on deprescribing. So maybe I'll really try to update that section and put some more information on there. And I'll share on LinkedIn when I do that. I'll try and do that just for you, Victoria, because people ask me all the time, and I haven't really written a lot, but I have learned a lot from every single opioid kind of deprescribing I've done. Antidepressants is a really good one. When I came to the practice, we realized that we had so many patients who'd been on antidepressants for like 17 years and stuff, and just never been, it just gets reissued and reissued and reissued. And we set a rule, probably about 6-7 years ago, we set a rule saying every single antidepressant has to be reviewed. And we just talked to the patients, and we just said, how are you doing? Do you feel you still need it? And probably half of them were ready to come off of it, but they'd just never been asked that question before. Yeah, so that's how we kind of approach the antidepressant deprescribing. Opioids is a little bit harder, but you've got to kind of understand the whole structure around you. We spent a lot of time trying to understand different types of pain. We've got a physiotherapist who works at our surgery, so we worked with them quite a bit to understand which people we could take off medications and which needed to carry on being on it. And then we have been learning the pain pathway. So there is actually a pathway within Sussex, but we didn't really understand it before. And some people were being referred to the pathway, some weren't, and whether it's musculoskeletal or what kind of condition it is. So opioids a little bit harder because it depends on what they're taking it for. But yeah, there's a lot of books about these things. There's a lot of podcasts. So I use books and podcasts for a lot of my kind of studying. And I think that's all the questions. Any other questions? Go on, throw me some questions. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed my journey, and I'll continue sharing it. And yeah, just remember that pharmacy is amazing right now, and you can do so much. You can just throw yourselves out there. You're so lucky to be coming out at this time, because I've never seen it so good before. It's just Dipti saying, how do you start networking? So I do all my networking through LinkedIn. Well, that's how it all starts off. I'm quite receptive to messages. Anyone who messages me, I'll always reply. I keep quite a lot of time every week for just like meeting with people, and anyone who asks me to do anything, I do a lot of these talks and things like that, and I learn so much from going on these talks because, you know, the questions you guys pose me, or I'll always meet someone. That's how I know Fahim, because I've done a few talks with him, and you've got Komal on later on, who I also met through one of these talks. And it's just being open, being very honest wherever you go, and helping. I think because I share a lot. I mean, my Ask Shilpa website, people can't believe I'm just kind of giving out all that information to everyone, but I think it helps me to grow as well, and I just feel really good that I'm able to kind of do it. I've put some little adverts on it and stuff like that, which is supposed to make me some income, I'm being told. I've made like £1.23 in the last 2 years, so it's great. Hopefully it will start rolling in at some point.
Lovely. Thanks once again, Shilpa, for coming and talking to us. And I'm sure all of us will go away and look into those articles and look at Ask Shilpa and use it as a very useful resource while at university, but also as a pharmacist later on. Yeah, guys, feel free to, as Shilpa said, message her if you think of any questions later on. Have a look on her LinkedIn. It's a lot of posts there. I love going and reading them. So yeah, thanks again, Shilpa, for everything. It's been lovely to have you, and hopefully we'll work together with yourself from the BPSA in the future as well.
Thank you so much for having me. Thanks for inviting me.
Of course. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, guys. So we're coming to lunchtime. I hope you all enjoyed that. I'm very inspired. So I'm sure I will be Googling GP pharmacist jobs in the afternoon after we finish. So I'll just pull up the agenda quickly again to see what we've got after lunch. Okay. Yeah, if you don't follow Shilpa on LinkedIn, please do. It's very useful. The materials that she shares, and it's just very inspiring to see what she's up to day in, day out, and kind of that real life of a GP partner and lead prescribing pharmacist. Okay, so we're coming to lunchtime now. And then after lunch, Fahim is joining us back to talk a bit more about managing finance and startups. So if you want to start your own pharmacy business or a private clinic, how to do that in terms of finances. And then we've got Komal joining us for the career advancement session. And the last session will be leadership into pharmacy. So yeah, enjoy your lunch, get some fruit and veg in you, go do some steps. It's good for you. And I'll see you back at 1 p.m. Feel free to stay on the call and just mute and turn off your cameras. Or you can leave and then rejoin alternatively, so whatever you prefer. But yeah, see you in 40 minutes.
I guess what we're talking about here is startup and finances and finance. And this will be relevant for pretty much everybody who's interested in basically looking to do their own business. So with everyone here, Asmita, Dipti, Emika, Kaina, Ralisata, Shulsina, who actually wants to set up a business here? Who's actually interested in setting up something for themselves? Wow. Everybody wants to set up a business. That's fine. So we have 5 people who are interested. It says Emma goes me, Papuja says me, Dipti says me, Emika says me. Okay, that's out of the who do we out of 11? That's excluding Emma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What about the rest? Zahira, what do you guys want to learn from here?
Sorry for him. I'll just jump in quickly, guys. When you interact in the chat, make sure it's addressed to everyone so we can all see what everyone's texting, not just hosts and panelists. Thank you.
Yeah, that's always obviously useful. So I see. Okay, so I think the first thing is, if you're looking to start up a business yourself, I think the first thing that you need to keep in mind is by having asking yourself why. That's the first thing. So even before you think about setting up a business, I think it's going to be really, really important for you to understand why do you want to set up a business? Because what most of you will say, which is what I think you're going to say, is going to be this. Money. Oh, I'll do my business and I'll make money. That's what everybody, that's what I did. So, you know, I'm not knocking you down for it. I did exactly that if I do a business, I'm going to get rich. Yeah, it's not that straightforward. So other than making money, everyone, why else do you want to do a business? Other than making money? We all, of course, you're going to make money, because if you don't make money, you don't have a business. But other than making money, give me some ideas. This is a workshop, so it's not a presentation. I can see now, okay, to solve problems. So Salita, you've put down to solve problems. Right, we've got to develop personally and professionally. That's fine. So Salita, I'm going to bring it to you, right? Because you've kindly said fast. Why do you want to solve problems? What's it to you? Why do you care?
I think what the main thing is sort of like, if you feel that you've spent years and years practicing something, obtaining knowledge and skills in something, and you sort of have that empathy to help, whether it's a natural sort of thing or, you know, like a vision or a mission you have, I think the natural thing is, well, where can I apply that to? Where can I fill in that gap that is required from me? So solving problems seems to be sort of like the go-to solution, I guess, to kind of put all that knowledge and skills to practice, essentially.
Okay, I like that. Emma, you kindly said to develop personally, financially, but do you need a personally, professionally? Do you feel you need a business with that? I mean, you could also set up, you could also work for someone and not do a business and develop professionally. So why a business?
I think in both ways you develop professionally and personally, but it's different skill set that you actually develop and work on, and maybe to different extent that you develop certain skills. Like, for example, if you have your own business supposed to work to someone else, that means you'll be more involved with the financial aspect of it, and you'll know about maybe different funding from NHS, ICBs, as opposed to if you're just working for someone and you're told what your job role includes and it stops there. And as well as managing, recruiting people, you might not necessarily be involved in that if you work for someone else as opposed to your own business.
Absolutely. Wonderful, wonderful, folks. So we've heard from Emma, we've heard from Salita. Vipuja has mentioned, I feel like pharmacy is so overlooked and I want to start a business to show how much you can achieve by doing pharmacy and show diversity in pharmacy. Okay, so you're looking to uplift the profession, which is good. So you're looking to uplift the profession. So uplift profession. Look, uplift the profession and I guess, you know, gather data and so on. Okay, anybody else? Remember, this is supposed to be interactive, so I need you folks to give me some more ideas. And other than money, it's got to be something. And I'll tell you why I'm asking this question in a minute. Because you're soon going to have a bombshell that's going to drop. And then maybe some of you might start rethinking about this business. So what else, guys? So we've got uplift profession, gather information, empathy, vision, where can I fill the gap? We've got money, which is you need money, otherwise you can't do business. Anybody else? So who hasn't spoken? Aisha, I see it as a challenge. Want to see if I can. Okay, Dipti, I'm with you in that one because I think I'm that kind of person. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I definitely can see myself seeing it as a challenge. So I think just a challenge. Yeah, that's a good point. I was very similar to that, to see if I can, you know, it's just a satisfaction. Stepping out of comfort zone. Right, that's fine. Can't see myself working for others for the rest of my life. I've already worked in a community and hospital pharmacy for the past 5 years as a dispenser, but I cannot see myself doing this forever. Fair enough. So you want to do something different. You want to obviously, again, we're talking about here, which is where one of your colleagues has kindly mentioned, where she's spoken about different skill sets and developing professionally. We've spoken about this idea of empathy, vision, where I can fill a gap, to expand my horizons and use it as my base to incorporate in other aspects of my life. Okay, brilliant. So I'm liking this. So you've all got reasons. Now, so all of you have mentioned it. I'm going to start with Selena again. And my question to you is, Salita, sorry, I don't know why I said Selena. Salita, I apologize. My question to you now is, so your empathy, your vision, where I can fill a gap, are you prepared to wake up every single day at 4 o'clock in the morning, number one, with the caveat that there is a very, very slim chance that you're going to be successful, because most businesses, as you know, 99 point something business in the first 5 years go bankrupt, 99.99 in the first 7 years go bankrupt. Are you prepared to wake up every single day and sacrifice what you love the most, from relationships to family to your time and your money could go to waste? Are you prepared to do that for your business? And there's no guarantee of return, and highly chance you're going to fail. Now, what do you think?
I think given the odds and the rewards, it would make sense for me to be, I think, definitely initially scared, because I think, like you said, there's a lot of sacrifices, and I don't think people understand that there's a lot of sacrifices to go with it. Would I do it? It really depends on what that mission is. So I think finding that mission would be crucial first, and researching and sort of speaking to people who may have done it themselves. Before then, I don't think I would be ready to do it. I think I have to almost mentally and financially and other aspects prepare myself and find a really good team that's just as driven and as ready as I am. At that point, I would 100% do it. But at the moment, if those boxes have yet to be ticked, I would not do it, because there's just too many risks.
Good. And I'm happy that you're being very honest, because it's important to be honest. Right. Who else spoke? Emika, you've kindly mentioned that you want to expand your horizons. Now, given the proposition that I've got on the table, so you can think of this as like a Dragon's Den, where we are telling you, from one hand, you'll have a confirmed salary as a pharmacist, so you can easily earn 40, 50K a year, easily as a locum. There's also potential that you could get the recognition that you're asking for in the NHS. On the other hand, I'm offering you something that's like, there's absolutely no guarantee, a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of stress. You might even end up having a heart attack, and you're probably going to lose everything. Right, Emika, what's your answer to this now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would just say, like, touch base on what Salita said. I'll kind of do the same approach. I feel like it depends on what my passion is, because I won't put myself mentally, emotionally into a business if I feel like the passion is not there. So I feel like if I've installed the passion into wanting to find the purpose to start up that business, then I feel like that would be the driving force for me to encounter all of those roadblocks, even though, as you said, there is a big chance that it might go wrong. And at the end of the day, I feel like because my mindset is very business mindset, and I've also like done businesses in other aspects of not to do with pharmacy, I feel like those skill sets that I've incorporated from those aspects of my life will also be incorporated into that. So I feel like it really does depend on what it is. And at the end of the day, it depends on the purpose, as Salita said. Because if the purpose is not there and you're just doing it because you feel like it's going to be a financial gain, then it's definitely going to hit you within the first year when you don't make as big of a profit as you feel like you're going to make.
Good, good. That's good. Now we're thinking a bit more. We're challenging. This is what we call critical thinking, where you're thinking out the box. You're asking, you've been given two options, and now you're all thinking yes or no. And there's no right or wrong, because money, there's a lot of people who make a lot of money who work for others and are absolutely financially well off. There's a lot of people like myself who work for myself and are not financially well off. So there's a lot that you all can do. Asmita, anybody else was brave enough to kind of like explain what they would do? Are they still willing to take the risk? Vipuja, what do you think? Are you willing to take the risk? Because at that time you spelt pharmacy is being overlooked. So you've got this idea. Are you willing to take the risk? Anybody else would like to kind of like speak and give their thought process and what they want to do? Because honestly, when I started my business, I didn't know that were the odds. Nope. I think it's going to be fine. Had I have known the odds, I don't think I would have gone and done what I did. I'm telling you now, because it's a heavy price to pay and a big risk. If I would have known the odds, this is recorded. I'm telling you, I wouldn't go ahead and do what I did. because it's a lot of sacrifice. I didn't realize it'd be that much sacrifice. I thought running a business would be fairly straightforward. I just work hard, I make money, and that's it. But there's one thing running a business like a shop, like a Tesco, and there's one thing where you have a vision that you want to bring to life. Two separate things. Okay, two separate things. There's an entrepreneurial vision, and then there's a business. But again, Vipuja's like, yes, like Amika said, I have also done businesses in other aspects and have always had a business aspect, and I am a creative person. And without sacrifice, the visions won't come to life, and I'm willing to pursue that. That's what it comes down to. Ultimately, all those motivational videos that you watch, all those motivational stuff on YouTube where it talks about, are you willing to, do it as bad as you need air? That's true. That is true. As much as you need oxygen, that's the exact passion and energy you need in a business. And the vision, the idea has to be so great that you're not worried about that financial gain. Of course you need money. Look, a hungry man is a lot more dangerous to society, in my opinion, than someone who's financially well off to some degree. Because people will kill for money, people will fight for money, people will do all sorts of things, for example, for money. So I think all of us here should be financially well off, absolutely should be rich, where you can distribute wealth and help others. Because if you've got money, you should distribute that money. So I'm in favor of everyone being rich here. There's no reason why we should live a life where we're not rich. Why? Why should we have to beg for things or not do the stuff that we enjoy? We're not able to spend time with our family. We're not able to, travel first class or have all the luxuries, because you only live once. Obviously, do it in a legitimate way, not by hurting anyone, but you need to have a drive, a big sense of drive, because without a drive, you're not going to be able to do it. So lesson number 1 from today's class is go back, think of the why. And there's a great book. I don't know if you lot know Simon Sinek. Anybody heard of Simon Sinek here? No? Well, I want you to go on YouTube and watch a great video about the why. He did a great video on the why. And in actual fact, it might be an idea while we're here. We can actually watch that video. It's a three-minute clip, but I just think it changed my life. And I think it's worth us having a look at this. And it's what made him go amazing. So I'm going to share my screen. I just want to make sure that you can see here. Can you all see this? And I want to go through his speech where I want to talk about the why. And I don't want to spend 18 minutes. But just this, the first 2-3 minutes, we'll watch this. And it's going to change your perception. Because after I watch this, it changed my perception on why I want to do business and how to think about business. Yeah, the internet's not the best here, but it will work. Bear with me, guys. But you need to be listening to these authors. So everybody write it down. Talks about...
seem to have something different. Why is it that Martin Luther King led the civil rights movement? He wasn't the only man who suffered in a pre-civil rights America, and he certainly wasn't the only great orator of the day. Why him? And why is it that the Wright brothers were able to figure out controlled powered manned flight when there were certainly other teams who were better qualified, better funded, and they didn't achieve powered manned flight, and the Wright brothers beat them to it? There's something else at play here. About 3.5 years ago, I made a discovery, and this discovery profoundly changed my view on how I thought the world worked, and it even profoundly changed the way in which I operate in it. As it turns out, there's a pattern. As it turns out, all the great and inspiring leaders and organizations in the world, whether it's Apple or Martin Luther King or the Wright brothers, they all think, act, and communicate the exact same way, and it's the complete opposite to everyone else. All I did was codify it. And it's probably the world's simplest idea. I call it the golden circle.
Now pay attention here. This is the important part.
Why, how, what? This little idea explains why some organizations and some leaders are able to inspire where others aren't. Let me define the terms really quickly. Every single person, every single organization on the planet knows what they do 100%. Some know how they do it, whether you call it your differentiating value proposition or your proprietary process or your USP. But very, very few people or organizations know why they do what they do. And by why, I don't mean to make a profit. That's a result. It's always a result. By why, I mean, what's your purpose? What's your cause? What's your belief? Why does your organization exist? Well, as a result, the way we think, the way we act, the way we communicate is from the outside in. It's obvious. We go from the clearest thing to the fuzziest thing. But the inspired leaders and the inspired organizations, regardless of their size, regardless of their industry, all think, act, and communicate from the inside out. Let me give you an example. I use Apple because they're easy to understand and everybody gets it. If Apple were like everyone else, a marketing message from them might sound like this. We make great computers. They're beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one? Meh. And that's how most of us communicate. That's how most marketing is done. That's how most sales is done. And that's how most of us communicate interpersonally. We say what we do. We say how we're different or how we better, and we expect some sort of behavior, a purchase, a vote, something like that. Here's our new law firm. We have the best lawyers with the biggest clients. We have, we always perform for our clients, do business with us. Here's our new car. It gets great gas mileage. It has, leather seats. Buy our car. But it's uninspiring. Here's how Apple actually communicates.
Now listen to this.
Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. We just happen to make great computers. Want to buy one?
That's it. So totally different message, And I wanted to highlight this because you need to know your why. That was the point. And I think that was it was inspiring for me, a totally different way of thinking, changed everything for me. So first thing is find your why. Simon Sinek, he's written he's a great author. I like it because it's very easy to understand what he says. He's very inspiring. He spoke about being a leader, leadership, and so on. So definitely check him out, write that down as your learning points, because today is all about knowledge. I think that's how you spell it. So that's all about knowledge today, the why. Okay, now, why most of you are probably here, teach us. Teach us how we go about setting up a business, teach us what we have to do, finances, so on. So I'll spend probably the next 15 minutes talking about some of the most important things. So in terms of starting a business, right, let's talk about the nitty-gritty. So Amika, you've done businesses. Talk to us about what key things you've learned about if you were going to advise someone about setting up a business, it could be anything, what key skills do they need to go back and learn?
I feel like the first thing is setting up the right team. I feel like you can't set up a business on your own. And I feel like making sure that everyone on your team is on the right wavelength, they're all with the same mindset. Because at the end of the day, as you progress, you will need to make sure you're in the same mindset, because that's where roadblocks will come into things. And that's where people will start clashing with each other and overlapping with ideas that basically cause the business to break down. So I think the most important thing I would say is finding the right team, because that's like the base for you to now build on everything else that follows on.
Fantastic, right team. Anybody else? Emma, Salita, Aisha, Alexandra, anybody, you got any ideas? What other skill set do you feel you need to learn to set up a business? Emma, you can speak.
I feel like general professional skills like organization, prioritization, so you know where to actually start from and you're able to focus on the steps rather than the goal.
Good. Right. Salita?
I would say I think the most thing is having maybe a protocol and plan as well. So having a really clear structure, a protocol, like in pharmacy, the SOPs is sort of like the binding rules where you can work within it. And if you work without it, what other references can you use to back up, what you do and your decisions. So definitely having a structure is key to everything and prevents things from falling apart, essentially, when you first start.
Brilliant. Vipuja, you can speak now. Did you have any ideas in terms of skills that you need or stuff that you want to learn?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I would say communication. I feel like communication skill is very important because everyone is different. People that you work with are different, and communicating your ideas, because obviously is something in your head. So trying to make other people visualize that, also getting them to either do things or contribute in their ideas. I feel like communication is something that you need to, is a base so that people feel comfortable in addressing their ideas and thoughts and etc. and making everything run more smoothly.
Perfect, that's fine. Anybody else, any ideas? There's one really important one. So we've talked about the right team. I think they're all really important. The right team is fine. Professional skills is fine. Leadership is fine. Structure, protocol, attitude, work ethic, work ethic. Work ethic. We've got communication skills. What else? Guys, what else? Think. So professional skills, I'm talking about here, obviously, you know, business skills, finance, and all that stuff. I'm just going to put MBA in brackets because that will teach you that. An MBA would absolutely teach you all those, the theory behind a business. What else? It's something you guys are doing all the time. Team up with like-minded people, support the team, time management. Okay, fine. We've got that there. Connections, so we've got communication. Yeah, networking. We put that in there as well. Something else.
I feel like it's very important to be realistic with your goals. And I feel like in our pharmacy degree, they teach us to set smart goals to make sure you execute them in the right way rather than overwhelm yourself with too much things to do. And then you're not able to actually do anything. If that makes sense.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Anybody else?
Problem solving.
I was going to say, I love you. You're right. That is the one. That's exactly what I was going to say. That is the one. If there's one thing you all have to learn is problem solving. Trust me. When you run a business, the half your life is all about solving problems, finding the right team. You don't have professional skills. Leadership, how do I become a better leader? Structure, protocol, how do I build a company? Communication skills. Like, the test of character would be today if I didn't turn up. And now Emma has to deal with that. How does she solve that problem? That's the test of character. That's the problem solving skill. What does she do? Does she come to my house and knock out and say, where are you? You're fast asleep. You've got, I don't know. How did she, and I was going to ask her. I'm actually curious to know what she would do. How would she solve that problem if one of her speakers didn't turn up? Because that's part of the business. That is one of the most, I would say, they're all really important. Look, you can't run a business without any of these. You can't run a business without a why. You can't run a business without the right team. You can't run a business without professional skills, leadership, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is all you're doing is solving problems, whether it's building the right team, whether it's learning how to build better communication skills, whether you're thinking, what I lack, finance. And I learned this from someone who's right here in front of me, who's actually taking a video of me because he wants to, he's really, Farouk, who's my mentor now, who's supported me with MedLearn. And that's the big thing that he taught me, because you're learning to solve problems. That's all you're doing for him. That's it. Whether it's your pharmacy business, whether it's thingy, all you're doing every day is problem solving. If you can solve the problems, you're going to be fine. That itself is so important. By the way, Emma, what would you do if I didn't turn up today? I'm curious, how do you solve that problem? What happens if I don't turn up to this? Is your business. Obviously, it's an event. Like if you think about, for example, TED Talk. TED Talk is a business. If for some reason something happens where the guy doesn't turn up, can't speak, what do you do? What's the plan?
I think first I'm informing the team, because I've got Sally and Kieran helping me, and I'll probably get one of them to host while I try to solve the situation. I'll probably try to give you a ring because I've got your number, thankfully, because that's the easiest way to get hold of people. And hopefully you'll pick up. If you don't pick up, I guess I'll try to swap the speakers and get someone else to speak while I get hold of you, and then just swap the sessions. I think that's what I would have done.
Yeah. And the key thing here is being patient and taking a deep breath. When you start panicking, like when I first went through issues that we had from, business, I used to panic first because I've never, like I told you about that before, you've never felt that emotion before. Let's say, God forbid, for some reason, all of Emma's conferences, people just fall out. They never appear. Or they do out of 10, like always 3 don't appear. She would be used to it then. Like, I can handle this. I got this. But the first time it happens to her, she's going to think, oh my God, what do I do? He hasn't turned up. Maybe she'll panic. Maybe she'll be upset. Maybe she'll blame herself. She'll be anxious. But trust me, once it happens again, she'll be mentally prepared. That's the biggest thing. You know, it's like Mike Tyson when he said, look, the punch that hurts is the punch you don't expect. It's not the one you're expecting. It's when you get punched and you don't expect, oh, I didn't expect that punch from that angle. And then you get hit flat on the face. So even today, God forbid if this ever happened to her before, she'd be like, yeah, I've dealt with that. I know what I would do. I would do this. I would do this. I'd have that in place. I've seen that situation. You know, for example, I've had messages from, I had a guy just last week who came to the clinic, said, I'm going to cut your electricity because you haven't paid a bill. I said, okay. So what's going to happen next? You're going to cut the electricity because we haven't paid the bill, blah, blah, blah. The first time this ever happened to me, I panicked about 7, 8 years ago. Oh my God, electricity's going to go. We can't run our business. But I said, calm down, chill. I'm going to pay you. What's the rush? I'm working at the moment. I've got students here. You can't come in my property like that anyway. So you stood outside, so you're not cutting any electricity. Let's try solving the problem. Maybe there's a reason it hasn't been paid, blah, blah, blah. You see? But 5, 6 years ago, I would have panicked. A letter from the bank that you haven't paid your bank loan. Oh my God, all hell is broken loose. I'm going to get evicted, blah, blah, blah. You learn. So problem solving and being a bit more stoic to some degree. I don't know if you know what that word means. It's where you're kind of like, I'm not saying you're not emotional. Of course you need emotions, but you kind of separate yourself from the emotion and think more rationally and don't let things phase you. That's important. So if you're going to do a business, problem solving. Maybe your business has an idea, hasn't worked. What do you do? How do you solve the problem? How do you pivot? Okay. Why did Debenhams go bankrupt? What happened? Why is Debenhams bankrupt? Why could they not anymore? Anybody heard of HMV or mega stores? HMV still exists, but at one place they were everywhere finished. Let's think about other businesses that we know, big businesses that have gone. Blockbuster. Who remembers Blockbuster? Anybody remember Blockbuster? Okay, when we were young, if you were ever gonna, when we were young, okay, you like have Netflix now, right? Back in the days, how you used to get films and stuff with Blockbuster. You'd go to the store, you'd rent out a video, and that's basically how you watched. Netflix approached them and said, look, why don't you invest in us and let's change the entire process. Rather than you making money through renting out these films, why don't we do it this way? You know where Blockbusters made the most money? It wasn't renting out the films. Guess where they made the most money? Take a guess. Salita, how do you think they made their money? It wasn't renting out the films. Where did they, how do loans make money? How do they make their money on? What are they looking for? Where do they make big money?
Is it investors? I'm not sure.
Farooq, go on, you tell me.
People forgot to send back to the videos.
Correct. Where they made their biggest money was when you default. How do credit cards work? They're not your friends. They want you to get credit cards. They want you to get loans. Because when you default, they then sell that on. So Blockbuster made a lot of their money through that they knew. And with us, Mom, I like that film. And Emma would put the film in late. They would charge you 3-4 quid just for being late. That's where they made the money. But they forgot to innovate. They forgot to think out the box. They forgot to realize the market's changing and Netflix, you guys don't even know what Blockbuster is. Gone. In our time, Blockbuster was a Netflix everywhere. You had a Blockbuster store. Everywhere you went. Any film you wanted, you'd go to them, you'd have a card, you'll get the film, and inevitably you'll give it back late and they made their money. But they never pivoted. They didn't innovate. They didn't keep learning and they kept doing the same stuff again and again. Look at pharmacy. If you're still sticking a label on a box and dispensing, you're not going to have a business. It's going to be finished. Gone. Gone. If you don't think about prescribing, you don't think about services, you don't think about investing in your team, and you still have the old mindset that actually Salita, who works for my pharmacy, can only get paid a salary, and you're not thinking about sharing the money, Salita's not going to work with you. My mindset is different. I think that we should actually share our businesses, which is why one of the ideas I'm launching this year is a franchise model in pharmacy, where we're looking to get pharmacists who want to open their business. And we said, right, we'll work with you. We'll get the bank loan. You put down 150,000 pounds and we'll run it all for you. Because I'm a firm believer that every pharmacist should own their store. It's the only way. Because look, right, imagine Salita works for me, right? And Emma offers her £1 more. More than likely, she's going to say, right, Fahim, you're offering me £40 an hour. Emma's offering me £40.50. Exactly the same, everything else. She'll probably jump ship. I'm not saying you're a gold digger. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you is that that's the problem. The system doesn't work. because everybody wants something in return. And unfortunately, whether we like it or not, but what does money do? Solve problems. Of course it does. Of course it does. Money solves problems. If you've got all that cash and you can't think of an idea, guess what you do? You hire the people with the ideas and you start becoming rich. Money makes money, by the way, guys. Money makes money. If you're a billionaire, you can advertise everyone Deliveroo. All of a sudden, Deliveroo becomes a hit. It wasn't the bestest idea. It's because they could get it in your face and everybody knows about Deliveroo. So you use Deliveroo. There's already been these delivery services that's been existing for years, but they had the money, they had the backing, and they could put it in front of everybody's face. So my point is, and we only have 10 minutes left, is problem solving is going to be important. Then any business, folks, understand this. I want you to understand this. Every business runs exactly the same, even if it's a university. Number one, you need these fraternity setup. You need marketing. You need operations. You need HR, learning and development, and you need finance. That's how every business runs. That's all you need. As long as you have these structures in place, you'll run a business. You'll run a business. That is basically it. If you've got a good idea that you are passionate about and you feel you can solve a problem and you can, like Simon says, you can communicate it the right way, then the next step is all about, as you've heard me say, it's all about making sure that you have a marketing team, a finance team that handles your finances, an operations, HR, learning and developing. And then beyond that, you need your CEO, your visionary, and that's a business. How do you learn this? Where do you learn finance? I think all of you should get basic financial training on how to read a set of accounts. Please write it down. Write it down. All of you write this down. If anything you learn today, you're going to go on YouTube and you're going to find out what is an asset, what is a debit, how do I read basic finance accounts? How do I read a profit and loss statement? How do I read a balance sheet? Okay, these two. Go on Google today, on YouTube, and watch videos on how to learn how to read a balance sheet and a profit and loss statement. So when you do go ahead and look to buy your pharmacy, you don't look stupid because you don't even know how to read a balance sheet or a profit and loss. This is the biggest message today. All of you need to go. All of you will go on YouTube at some point today and you lot will find out what is a balance sheet, how do I read a balance sheet, what do the terms mean, and how do I learn about a profit and loss statement? What do the different things mean? That is the first two things. Number one, you will learn that. Then a book on, do you have any good books on entrepreneurship and business running that you can recommend? I can't think at the top of my head. A good one that teaches you everything. A good starter. I think there's that series called the Dummy series. They'll do a really easy series, which I think you should all get picked up. Basic financial skills. Basic on the Dummy series. You're definitely going to find how to set up and run a business, and they'll teach you all of this. And it's really easy. I think that's a good start. If anything, I think that's a great start where you say, right, I'm going to watch a YouTube video on how to read a balance sheet and how to read a profit and loss. And what does it mean? When I mean how to read, if I asked you, hey, Emma, what's a debit? You'll be able to tell me. What's a credit? I know what that is. If I look at a balance sheet, I know exactly what the balance sheet means. What's that telling me? If I looked at a profit and loss, I can look at a company and I can be like, okay, let me give you an example, right? I was going to get some funding, and any of you can answer this. And on our statements, it showed that the directors were overdrawn by nearly $500,000. What that basically meant was that we in our family run business took out $500,000 from that pharmacy. We took it ourselves. What would be the problem with me going to the bank and asking for more money? What would they say? So this is not salaries. We've taken our salaries, but we've also taken further money out of the business that were not accounted for. Salita or Emma or anybody here, if I was asking for more money, what's the first question you'd ask me? Salita, if I asked for more money from you, you looked at my accounts, you like Fahim, you've taken £1 million worth of salary, but in addition to that, you've also taken $500,000 out of the business. Would you lend me more?
Probably not.
Why? What's the question? What do you want to know?
I think like just like your credits or like why.
There.
those
Why
money.
did you take it? What did you do with the business? Exactly. Where's the money going? You've got your salary. What happened with the cash? What did you do with the cash? Why did you take out another 500,000? You see, how would that look? And that was found, if you could read statements and you know how, if you know how to buy a business, that's found in the debtors section. And when I was preparing my accounts, I thought, oh my God, if anybody's anywhere financially clued up and he looks at our other debtors, he'd be like, wait a second. The one of the debtor is who owes you money, for example. I know the NHS owes you 500,000. I'm happy with that. But where's this other 500,000? Why does the company owe you 500,000? What did you do with the cash? If Salita gave me another 500,000, what's the guarantee that you won't use it on your own luxuries? So I then had to go back, find out answers, find out what we did with the cash, have a justification. But if I would have submitted those accounts to the bank, they would have definitely refused and be like, mate, there's question marks all over. Another thing is, you look at accounts, right? 1 year you see that our turnover is 2 million. The next year is 2.5. The third is 3. And the fourth year it's gone to 1 million. Isn't that going to be alarm bells? Okay, whoa, the trend, what's going on? You see? So when you're going to go look to buy a pharmacy business, you need to know how to read finances. And how are you going to do that? Is because this is not a class for me to teach you. You're going to watch YouTube and you're going to look at how to read a balance sheet and an income statement. And you're going to go on Amazon and have a look at the Starting a Business, the dummy series. That's it. That's enough. I wish every single university should teach us this, because you know all of you are going to come out with debt. Plenty of debt. And no one talks about that. But actually, yeah, and also, Salita, how long is your degree?
4 years and now in training.
So how many years are you behind in the world already from day one?
5 years.
Correct.
Yeah.
You're already 5 years behind. You're already 5 years behind in the world because the world is moving like this. Those days are long gone. Things are moving so fast. The world has changed. So technically, when you go to university, you're 5 years behind. What you've been taught, most of it's probably outdated now. Okay? I'm not there to scare you. I'm just saying that maybe institutions need to also think about how they're running their, because we don't get taught this. I was never taught this about, I always thought, I didn't even know that I was going to have a debt and going to have a loan of 40, 50K and that's going to come my salary. I just thought it's fine. Once I become qualified, I'll just become a millionaire. Yeah, that doesn't happen. Okay. And even in school, they don't teach us basic finances. But anyway, Vipuja, I think you had a question. You're more than welcome to answer it. I've got 2 minutes left. I hope you found it useful, but I never had the intention to teach you because, as you can imagine, I can't teach you in 40 minutes. What will I teach you in 40 minutes? The only thing I can give you is inspire you, give you some tips to get in touch. And yeah, I mean, if anyone's got any questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, Emma's back over to you. And yeah, thank you.
Lovely. Thanks a lot for him. I'm sure everyone found it very useful, and I agree that it should be covered to some extent in our pharmacy degree, or at least give us an optional topic, because as pharmacy involving, especially more people are interested in setting up their own business. So that's definitely something we should be told more, either within the curriculum or outside of our degree. Okay, we've got just a couple minutes for questions, guys. If you want to pop them into the chat or the Q&A chat, or just if you want to ask it verbally, that's fine as well.
So it says, how can I get in touch with you? How did you find your mentor? So how can I get in touch with you? You can get in touch with me if you just go on YouTube, type in Medlin, my number's there. So you've got my personal number. That's one way. If you want to go to LinkedIn, you can. If you want to send me an email, you can. But it's always easier to just get hold of someone. And even with Emma, she just, as soon as my colleague sent me her email, I just sent her a message. I said, I don't have time to go through emails. If she wants me to, in fact, I rang her. I rang her. The letter came. I picked up the letter. I called her straight away. I said, I don't have time to start sending her emails. If I'm interested, I want to do it. I'm going to call her. And then maybe she might say, hey, don't call me, but you get my personal number firm. Oh my God, blah, blah, blah. Send me an email. That's different. But I don't have time to waste on these emails. So I rang her straight away. How can you get in touch? If you go to YouTube and type in Medlin, MEDLRN. Can you type it, please? Yeah, of course. Yeah, there you go. And you'll see my numbers there all over those pages. So you can see my number there. That's one way. If you're really desperate for an email, I think it's best you do it that way. Just get in touch directly. You could go on my LinkedIn profile and send me a message. But Medlan would be easy on YouTube, and you'll go on one of the, and it has my number there. Or visit our website, www.medlan.com, and there's a chat function there. You could do it that way. So that answers that. How did you find your mentor? By asking that exact question. How do I find a mentor? By being hungry for it. You've got a mentor. Just call me, text me, email me. There you go. There's your mentor. Speak with Emma. Speak with Salita. Who's Emma? There's no Emma here. Anyway, I made that up. Of course, Emma. Of course, Emma's here. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm about to finish now. So you could just simply get in touch. Your first mentor would be your teachers at university. How many of you link with them? Speak with them. They see students all the time. Your university tutors see teachers, or speak with them and say, right, you know, can you get me in touch with a pharmacist owner? Blah, blah, blah. They're going to have links. Emma's perfect. Salita will be there. So there's a start. Use the teachers that you have. Or go onto LinkedIn and send a message. It's not that difficult to find people this day and age. Everybody is socially present now, so you can easily do that. That's all. I think I've answered the questions. How do I get in touch? Yeah, perfect. I think that's all.
Lovely. Thanks a lot, Fahim, again for both this morning's keynote speech and for this afternoon's workshops. It's been great to have you, and I'm sure everyone will have a take-home message from both sessions. So thanks again for joining us, and hopefully we'll work together in the future as well.
Thank you all. God bless you all. Thank you for the RPS, Emma, Salita, everyone for organizing this. Really appreciate it. And Kieran, and God bless you all, and good luck with your studies. And yeah, do get in touch. Thank you.
Thanks, Fahim.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
your afternoon. So I hope you enjoyed that first workshop, guys. So we've got Kamal that's just joined us, but we'll actually do one question from the Mentimeter first to give you a little break, and then we'll jump straight into Kamal's workshop. Lovely. So we'll just do one question because we've got 2-3 minutes. So open your Mentimeter again on your phones or devices and share with us what's your most memorable moment during your MPharm or foundation training year so far. Or if you're qualified as a qualified pharmacist as well. Okay, studying with friends, graduation. Yes, finally make it there at the end. Yeah, studying with friends is a very good one because a lot of people find that they actually learn more when they help each other and revise together. So that's a very good way to remember material. Figuring out a way to revise that's effective. So here it's one way, I guess. Networking with people from different backgrounds, absolutely. That's a great way as well. Being able to work with other healthcare professionals like doctors and nurses. Yes, absolutely. And be part of that multidisciplinary team in any healthcare setting that you practice as well. BPSA, wow, that's very good to see. Building strong rapport with tutors. Yeah. That can be your DS, it can be during your MPharm. We've got academic supervisors we used to do at UEA, but later your DPP as well when you do your independent prescribing. Building skills, absolutely. It's a lot of transferable skills in pharmacy, and both professionally and personally. That's a very good mixture. Perfect. Any last ones? If not, we'll move to Kamal and her workshop. Thanks, Sally, for sharing that. All right, guys, I'll pass over to Kamal, who is gonna do the Selling Yourself workshop and CV writing. So I'll let her introduce herself. Hi, Kamal.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to run this workshop for you guys today. I'm really excited to be here, and I hope that you guys have enjoyed the conference so far, because I have to say, when I was a student, if I had this kind of workshop, who knows where I could have ended up. So you know, I think it's, you know, honestly, kudos to you guys for putting it together at BPSA, and especially, you know, around business. And you know, we heard from Fahim just now as well, and you know, he's fantastic in terms of his experience of running pharmacies and you know, sharing that knowledge with you guys. And I'm gonna dive into today's workshop. Now, this is going to be interactive. I have got a presentation that I put together, but I want to be able to support you guys in whatever way you need today. So, you know, I've got the presentation, but if you've got questions about your CVs, about your portfolios, about how you kind of start getting that first CV put together, you know, after you've qualified or as a trainee pharmacist, then let me know in the chat and do put questions in there, because I want to answer them for you. So just to give you a little bit about myself, I'm going to share my screen here. Let me just make sure I've got the right one up. There we go. Okay, hopefully you can see this. Let me know if you can see this. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so this session, I really want you guys to think about your CVs as really that kind of like inroad into who you are, basically, because that's basically what your CV is, right? It's that way of communicating who you are to a potential employer or even a partner with, you know, who you might be working with. So let me tell you a little bit about me and my background. So I'm a pharmacist. I've obviously been a pharmacist for 20 plus years now. It feels like yesterday. My little claim to fame actually in this is that I was a BPSA rep when I was at King's College, way back when, in my fourth year of university. And so, you know, I remember those times really, really fondly, actually, because I had such a blast being part of the BPSA, and I'm sure that you guys do as well. So yeah, my background, I'm a pharmacist. I've been a pharmacist for 20 years. I started off as a hospital pharmacist, then moved into community pharmacy, was more recently the head of dispensing and supply at Community Pharmacy England, which, if you guys are not aware of what Community Pharmacy England does, you must make yourself aware of what Community Pharmacy England does. They are the pharmacy negotiator, so they negotiate the NHS contract on behalf of all community pharmacies in England. And so I was their head of dispensing and supply for a number of years. And I'm now a pharmacy business strategist and a coach, and I'm the co-founder of the Female Pharmacy Leaders Network, which we set up a couple of years ago to support women in pharmacy into leadership positions. I've formed teams, I've led teams, I've managed teams over the years, and I've looked at a lot of CVs. So I know what looks good and what doesn't look good. And hopefully today's session, I'll impart some of that knowledge with you guys. So I have got a Mentimeter. Please bear with me, because this is the first time I've ever done it. So if it goes horribly wrong, then, you know, it goes horribly wrong, and maybe you can put your answers in the chat instead. But hopefully it should work. So here's the QR code for it. So if you want to go on there, I want to understand from you guys, what are your biggest challenges when it comes to writing your CV? Now, maybe you've written one before, or maybe you haven't. Just whatever it is, whatever comes up for you, answer that for me, and then I will bring up the Mentimeter screen in a minute, and we can have a look and see what you guys are putting up there. So I'm going to come out of here for a second, and I'm going to pop the Mentimeter screen up, and we'll do that. Hopefully you can see this now. Okay, articulating myself, a good one. How to write concisely, sorry, can't even read myself. Concisely, how to write concisely, yeah. Keeping it relevant. Introductions, that's a really good one. We will be talking about that. Colors and layout. I'm gonna tackle that one head on, because it doesn't actually matter. The colors and layout is really the thing that you need to be spending the least amount of time on, if I'm honest. Making experience relevant, really, really good one. The amount of information, that's also a really good one as well. The structure of it. I'm going to be going through all of this actually, which is great. Overthinking, I love that. And I'm gonna help you with that actually, because that's one of the things that we can really, really find ourselves putting, you know, overthinking absolutely everything. And then fitting in all my experience. And I've got some top tips around that one actually, because we can also go into quite minutiae detail as well in terms of all of our experiences, and we don't need to do that either. Okay, this is fantastic. Thank you so much for that, because it gives me confidence that what I've put together is actually going to be relevant. So let's do that. Okay, so I'm just going to share my presentation again. Here we go. Okay, so what actually is a CV, right? And a profile, and you know, the details of it is a curriculum vitae, which is obviously the Latin word for, you know, your background basically, and it's a really, really crucial document. And Fahim talked about LinkedIn earlier, and I spend a lot of time on LinkedIn as a professional. And I have to say, when I first started putting together my profile as such on LinkedIn, I realized that actually my profile actually operates like a CV for me. Okay. And so I think for you guys, it's a really good place for you to start. If you're not already on LinkedIn, right, go on LinkedIn. Okay. And I say this to all the students and all of the younger pharmacists that I come across, trainee pharmacists that I come across. Make sure you have got a LinkedIn presence if you don't have one, right? And by that, I don't mean like having loads and loads of people that follow you on there, or, you know, lots and lots of connections, but have a really, really good profile on there. And the great thing about LinkedIn is that it's got the sections there for you, right? It's really simple. It's got, you know, it's got the section of the About Me section. It's got the, you know, the experience section. It's got a features section. It's got other bits and pieces. But really, you know, you want to be putting in there all of your experience as a starter. And if you're new to LinkedIn and you've not used it before, I would highly recommend that you just go on there and look at other people's profiles, particularly in pharmacy, and see what they're doing. Okay. And this can really help you to form what your kind of CV profile is. Now, a CV, for all intents and purposes, is that 2-page, and I highly stress here, 2-page document that talks about you. Okay. And a great way to start doing a CV is to actually start with your LinkedIn profile and work backwards. Okay. And those two things are used in different ways. So there's the importance of having your CV is that you can use it to showcase for job applications. You can use it to showcase your professional experience, any credentials that you have. You can use it as a personal branding piece as well. And I'll talk a little bit about this as well. And also, you know, your career planning and your career development. And when I started looking at my CV, because way back when I started as a pharmacist, there was no LinkedIn, right? The only thing I had was a CV to go on. Okay. And in those days, you know, I really had to kind of think about, okay, well, what's all the experience that I've got? What have I done in my, you know, over the course of my life so far that I can apply to my job applications? Okay. And so I really want you to think about, when you are putting a CV together, what are the things that showcase who I am as a person? Okay. And one of the things that you really have to think about is your personality. And it's really important to get your personality across when you put a CV together, because I've seen a lot of CVs where it's kind of rote, kind of, you know, you've just got literally chronological order of all the things that I've ever done in my life. And I don't get a sense of who you are as a person. Okay. And so in a way, you kind of need to start with the end in mind. Okay. And maybe you've heard this before, maybe you've heard this today, even maybe, you know, even when Fahim was talking earlier, he was talking about your why, right? You have to think about what is the end goal that you want to achieve from your CV, and you've got to work backwards from that. And how can I incorporate my skills and experience into this that are going to align me to that end goal? Okay, so whatever that role is that you want to achieve, how can I work backwards from achieving that role into my CV? Okay, so your CV speaks for you, right? It tells people about your professional journey. It tells people about your educational background. It tells them about your skills and your competencies and your achievements and the contributions that you've made. And if I'm honest, these are the key kind of areas that you need to be including in a CV. It doesn't actually matter which order they're in, okay? But you need to have these key sections. You've got to have a section on your professional journey, have a section about your educational background. And if I'm honest, this doesn't have to be massively long, okay? You don't need to go into the ins and outs of all the GCSEs that you did and all the A levels that you did, because at this stage in your career, you're at university, or you're an early stage pharmacist. I don't need to know about the fact that you've got a degree, because I know you have, right? I don't need to know about what level you even got in that degree, if I'm honest, right? Because I'll see that if I'm going to see you at interview, I'll see that in your certificates. So I don't need to know the ins and outs of what you've done in terms of your sort of education up until that point. It can be a one-page paragraph that just has, you know, what your most recent level of education is. And that's all I need to know in terms of your educational background, okay? Your skills and competencies. This is a really, really important part of your CV, okay? This is the part where you're actually talking about what you can actually do. It's the translation of everything that you've done in your experience in the form of skills and competencies. And what I really like to see when I see this section is I really want to see examples of how you're applying your skills, okay? It's not necessarily about it's not necessarily about the what, it's about the how you've applied your skills, okay? Show me examples of where you've applied your skills and your competencies. It might be something, for example, you might be saying, you know, this is where I've learned about WWAM, for example, and this is how I've applied it in my work experience, for example, right? So this is a really, really important part of your CV. And then you've got achievements and contributions. And this section it tells me a bit about you as a person and your personality, okay? So this is why this section is really important, because this is about who you are as a person. How have you contributed? And this could be contributions outside of pharmacy as well as in pharmacy, right? Maybe you did some voluntary work. Maybe you, helped out at a homeless shelter. Whatever it is that you've done, maybe you've supported people in your community. I want to know about you as a person, right? What are those things that you've done? And this section tells me about that, okay? Of course, it tells me about your achievements as well. And you know what? In the achievements section, you don't have to have awards, right? You don't have to have because you won't, you most likely won't, okay? But tell me about the things that you feel are an achievement for you, right? Because that tells me who you are as a person. So whatever you might have overcome, maybe you overcame some experience in your during your degree that's very unique to you, and you feel that is an achievement for you. I want to hear about it, because I want to know who you are. So these 4 sections are really, really key sections in your CV. layout, and somebody asked about that in the Mentimeter right at the beginning. And this is the kind of rough layout that you want to be having. Now, again, it doesn't have to be, you know, to the T, but you really want to have these kind of core areas in terms of the layout of your CV. So you want to have a personal statement or an objective. And this is really like a brief personal statement. I don't want you to kind of go into your whole life history here, because you have to remember, what is your aim with your CV? Your aim is to invite questions. Yeah, you want somebody who is looking at, you want a HR professional, or you know, maybe it's, you know, the hiring manager, wherever it is that you're applying. You want that person to look at your CV and invite you for an interview. And what's an interview? It's asking you questions. Yeah, so that's what you want to achieve through your CV. So you don't want to be putting reams and reams of information about your personal statement and who you are and your background history and your whole life story. You want to be keeping it really, really concise. And that's, I would not say more than about a paragraph is what you're talking about in terms of a personal statement. And it's really summarizing your career goals, what you bring to the table, the place, you know, the place that you want to get to, the place that you want to achieve in terms of your career. And don't forget, and this is something that some people can get really, really hung up over, goals change, direction changes, and so does a CV. Once you've written a CV, it's not set in stone, right? And you really want to make sure that you are actually updating and reviewing your CV on a regular basis, okay? And this is why, you know, you don't have to, when you've got a paper CV, so let's just differentiate between a paper CV and your LinkedIn profile. When you've got your paper CV, which is what we're talking about here, you don't need to be looking at that every single year, right? What you can do though, is you can review that every time you're applying for a new role, and you can update it in line with whatever you're putting on your LinkedIn profile. Now, your LinkedIn profile should be up to date, because your LinkedIn profile is the window into you online. Okay, so for most of us, we won't have any sort of online presence whatsoever. But your LinkedIn profile, if I right now Google searched any one of you guys, it's highly likely that your LinkedIn profile is going to be the very first profile that's going to come up for me, right? And there might be a whole bunch of, like, you know, Emmas that come up that, you know, might be on Facebook and loads of other places. But ultimately, the place where I want to learn about you is going to be your LinkedIn profile. So you want to make sure that your LinkedIn profile is up to date in terms of your most relevant experience and your roles, but your CV gets updated as and when you're applying for roles, right? I hope that kind of makes sense, yeah, in terms of sort of the differentiation between the two. So you've got your personal statement there, you've got your professional experience, and you're just listing that in chronological order. And again, you don't need to go into huge amounts of depth here, because remember, your CV must be tailored to the person who's looking at your CV, right? So what do I want to see? I want to see relevant experience, right? I don't want to see experience where, for example, I don't know, you worked in your uncle's hardware shop for a bit, you know, when you were like 16, and you know, and there's nothing relevant in there to your current experience. Yeah, I want relevant experience, and that you can go as far back as you want to, but I want specifically relevant experience. So that's what I want to see in your professional experience. Education, again, you know, like I mentioned earlier, it doesn't have to be detailed. This is just top line, top level education. That's all I need to see. Skills, this is the key section that we talked about already, and then obviously your achievements and your awards. So I'm just gonna, because I can't see the chat channel, Emma, so if there's anything that's coming up in the chat channel, let me know. Thank you. Right, okay, so adding personality to your CV. So we've got the bones of the CV now, right? And this is about adding the flesh on. And this is the personality piece, right? This is where you're starting to build your personal brand, like who you are, okay, and showcasing your individuality. Because, you know, at the end of the day, you've all done the same degree, right? So everyone's done the same degree, everyone's done, you know, to the same level of education, has the same level of educational knowledge. Now, I want to know more about you. Yeah. And I want to know about what makes you you, basically, and how can you get that across your individuality in your CV. And this is where you have to get out of your head and you've got to speak to your peers, right? This is where you've got to speak to your friends at university, your family, people who know you really well, because this section we can get ourselves tied up in knots around, right? When we're trying to get our personality across in our CVs, we can really stay in our heads. And this is where we've got to get out of our heads, and we've got to ask our friends and family, people who know us really well, what makes you unique? What do they value in you? And you use those answers in your CV, because that really sets you apart. It really shows people who you are. And it you know, it connects you. Ultimately, a CV is a window into you. And what I want to see as a hiring manager is who you are. Yeah. What can I connect with you on? Maybe, you know, you like rock climbing, or, you know, you have hobbies that really challenge you and you enjoy, right? Put those in. It shows me your personality. Yeah. Yeah, and so this is really the section where you want to be getting yourself out of your head, and you want to be asking other people about you and what makes you you. Yeah, and using those words in your CV. So yeah, reflect. Yeah, showcase your impact. This is the set. If we boil it down to that initial, those skills, and if we go back to those skills and those contributions that you've made, right? How can you showcase your impact? Yeah, reflect on this and your skills. That reflects your skills and your abilities, right? And it proves your competence. It proves your credibility. And, you know, ultimately, we are living in a very competitive market, right? Because there's so many graduates that are coming out now. And, you know, when we look at CVs, I want to be able to very quickly look at these CVs and go, right, this person's somebody that I want to call for interview. Because you know, pharmacy is a busy space, right? We have a lot of workload. We have a lot of, you know, hiring managers will have a lot of workload, right? And you know just how much how much pharmacies are doing now. So in terms of, you know, what their skills are being expanded into. So what you want to see, what you want to get across in your CV is your personality and who you are very quickly, so that the hiring manager can look at that CV and go, yeah, I want to interview this person, right? I want to call them for interview. And it's about inviting those questions. So you're showcasing your impact through your skills and competence will really help to demonstrate that, right? And so this is going back to that how, basically. Any questions so far? I'm gonna try and come out of this so I can see the. 1 second. Any questions coming up so far for anyone on this? Go ahead, Salita.
Thank you, Komal. I have a quick question, because I really like how you said about the personality aspects of a CV. I think one of the struggles that I myself have faced and may face from time to time is because I have to do the supporting statement. So I guess that's similar to a CV, but maybe more of a cover letter context. But it's sort of, how do I like articulate that while still remaining, you know, professional and stating that I can complete this role and I'm competent to do it, but here's that unique selling point I also can bring to the table? Are there, like, you know, phrases that would stand out to you as someone hiring, or, you know?
So that's actually a really good question. I mean, I think, look, in terms of writing skills, right? Because I think sometimes we can get ourselves really bogged down into this as well, right? Because look, if I'm honest, there's absolutely no excuse for spelling errors on a CV, right? There's just no excuse for it, and this is where you must get other people to have a look at it, so that, you know, we can't see the wood for the trees often when we're writing our CVs. You know, we can't spot the errors, right? But I think it's really important that I'm not interested in, I'm not looking for certain phrases. Yeah. I'm not looking for those key words, so to speak. Yeah. What I'm looking for is somebody who has articulated themselves clearly. It's very clearly defined. Yeah. There are no spelling errors. There are no mistakes in what you're writing in terms of grammatically. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, like, you know, I don't consider myself to be the best writer, yeah, and I don't think you necessarily have to either. And I think as time's gone on, you can get away with having much more colloquial language, like in your CV, yeah. However, you know, make sure it makes sense, that it's, you know, that it's not rambling on, it's not too long, you know. And again, get others to read that section that you've written so that they can make it more concise as well, because being concise on a CV is very, very, very important. Does that answer your question, Salita? Yeah?
It did. Thank you.
Any other questions that are coming up so far in terms of CV before we sort of carry on with the rest of the presentation? Anyone else? Please do come off mute, by the way, if you want to. Okay. All right. Well, we'll carry on then. So we've hopefully I've covered like the main sections that you need to have in your CV, the main areas that you need to be focusing on, and getting your personality across when you're writing your CV. I want to talk a little bit about portfolios, because this piece of work is really important, because what you're doing is you're building your experience over time. Yeah. What is a portfolio? A portfolio is a collection of material that you've put together over time, right? That is built on your experience that you're developing over a certain period of time. And if you don't have a portfolio, you need to have one, because everyone must have a portfolio, if I'm honest. And, you know, sometimes you kind of like, you know, when you're on the register, you'll go on every single year when you do your you know, when you have to renew your registration every single year, and you will do your CPD records, right? And when you're doing your CPD records, you'll be looking back over the year to go, okay, what have I done? Yeah, what are the things that I've achieved? How does this relate to the standards, the professional standards? And what can I put on my CPD records that will demonstrate my ability to continue my professional development as a pharmacist, right? And this is where your portfolio really comes in. And this is where this habit is so important from the outset, okay? So when you are doing a piece of training, when you have learned something that's significant in terms of your professional development, put it together in a portfolio, put that information in a file or somewhere that's on your computer where you can look back over a time period and see all of the things that you've put together. And where this comes useful is when you apply for new roles, okay? Because we do things all the time and we forget about them, right? You will be doing things all the time that relate to the professional standards, and you will completely forget about them. And your portfolio acts as a reminder to you as to what you have achieved, where you have professionally grown, to demonstrate your skills, demonstrate your depth of experience, right? And it's so important to be able to go back over your portfolio and say, look, these are the things that I've done, so that when you are creating a CV for a role that you're applying for, you can make that really, really specific and targeted to that role. I actually spoke to somebody just the other day about putting together her CV, and she made the schoolgirl error of like putting absolutely every single thing into her CV, right? And I said to her, what's the role that you're going to be applying for? And she said, okay, this is the role I'm going to be applying for. It's an online prescriber's role. And I said, okay, instead of putting absolutely every single thing that you've that you've achieved in your professional career on your CV, why don't you look back over your professional career and pick out the things that relate very specifically to this role? And going back to your point, Salita, about those key words, that's how you make it very specific. And this is why one CV does not act as a CV forever. Your CV has to evolve based on the job role that you're applying for. So if you look at the sort of hiring cycle, right? So, an employer will put out a job spec, they'll put out a job role. It's likely to be on LinkedIn, by the way, if so they'll put it all on there, or they'll put it on their website, wherever it is you're seeing it. And they will invite you to apply for the role, right? Now, when they invite you to apply for the role, there'll be two things that they're likely to ask you to do. One is a CV and one is a cover letter, okay? And they might have their own specific, form that they want you to fill out, which is fine. But whatever means that they want you to apply, I really want you to think, when you're applying for these roles, how can I change my CV to reflect the skills and the experience that this company is looking for? That's how you make those key words part of your CV. And that's why it's difficult for me to say these are the key words that I'm looking for, because it is very specific to each individual role that you're applying for. So you really want to be focusing on updating your CV. And it's, this person said to me, but that's a lot of work, Kamal. And I was like, yes, it is. But you do it once. You do that piece of work once. And, how would you feel? Just remember how you would feel if you are invited for interview off the back of you tailoring your CV based on the role. So it's so important that you do that when you are applying for jobs. I cannot stress that enough. Never, ever send a generic CV to every single job that you're applying for. Yeah, always tailor it to the role that you're applying for, because the hiring manager will really, really appreciate that you've done that for them, because you've made the job so much more easier for them. So, so your portfolio really acts as that historical record of your experience over time. So I'm going to leave you with these top tips, and I've got another Mentimeter at the end, and then I'll open it up for questions. But I want to leave you with these kind of top tips that I want you to really take away with you. So when you're crafting your CV, I want you to think of how you want the employer to feel when they're reviewing your CV. And this sounds like quite an airy-fairy one, but it's really important for you to think about, okay? Because we can get too, look, at the end of the day, we're clinical, right? So we can get a bit too clinical about this, right? And it goes back to the point that I made right at the beginning, which is show your personality, right? So think of how you want the employer to feel when they're reviewing your CV, right? And try to get that across, yeah? Get your friends to read your CV, right? Ask them to highlight areas that you might have missed. Yeah, get out of your head when it comes to the skills and the competencies and the experiences. Ask your friends and your colleagues and people that you have worked with what those skills and experiences are that you demonstrate and that you have, so that you can incorporate those into your CV. Keep it short, right? No more than 2 slides. I don't want to see, you know, any more than two pages of A4. And as I've sort of mentioned throughout this presentation, is that the CV is not set in stone. You can change it, and you should change it often, right? So hopefully these tips will help you with crafting your CV, and I hope to see as many of you guys getting the roles that you want to get when you apply for your next position. So good luck. And I'm going to leave you with this final Mentimeter. How do you feel about writing your CV now? Let me know. And I'm going to stop sharing, and then I'll put it on to the other one. Is that coming up for you guys? Can you see it? Did you guys get it? Okay, I'm gonna put the code back in the chat. If you go onto menti.com and put that code in, then hopefully you should be able to see it. I've only got one response so far. Oh, there we go. We're getting them. Not confident at all. Who said that? I want to speak to that person. I never want to write a CV ever. Okay. All right. I'm going to stop sharing now. Questions? Has anyone got questions? I want to speak to the person who said that they're not confident. Anyone got anything? Oh, Esmita says, I pressed it by accident. Sorry. Oh, thank you, Esmita. I thought I'd like horrendously failed just then. And the person, anyone that said somewhat confident, what's still holding you back? You can put it in the chat, or what are you still worried about, and we'll talk through that. Don't be shy. So anything specific that's coming up for people that you want to, or anything you want to comment on in terms of the session? I'm unsure of how to tailor past experience, e.g. in retail to pharmacy CV. Do I focus more on transferable skills? Yeah. Yeah, exactly that. You want to be focusing on your transferable skills. I mean, look, everyone's got transferable skills, right? And in terms of tailoring your past experience, you want to be picking out those skills. Yeah. Because, so, you know, when you move from, like, say, for example, you move from retail pharmacy into hospital pharmacy, for example, right? Yes, they're different settings, but they require very similar skills. So it's really about you picking out the skills that you will be able to use in both the hospital setting as well as a community pharmacy setting, right? So for example, you know, organizational skills, you've got to be organized, right? Clinical skills, yeah, you are using clinical skills in community pharmacy that you're going to be applying in secondary care, and you're going to be building on those those clinical skills in secondary care. You know, managing teams, for example, yeah, if you've been involved in managing the team at all, you know, maybe you're the you know, you've been the sole pharmacist in that pharmacy with the other team members in that pharmacy. Those are really important transferable skills, right? Communicating with different stakeholders. So for example, you know, communicating with GPs, communicating with the LPC, communicating with your patients at the end of the day, right? These are all absolutely key skills that will be applicable irrespective of the sector that you're looking at. Emma, does that help you, by the way, Espita? Let me know if it does in the chat. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you, Kamal. It's been very eye-opening for myself personally, and I'm sure for everyone else as well. So I'm ready now to go and update my CV after this session. So thank you for that. But my question is more about I know for most pharmacist jobs, like especially GP or hospital, you usually attach a motivational letter while you are applying for that job. If you're applying for a job where that's not applicable and you're only trying to sell yourself with your CV, essentially, how do you make?
Oh, I've lost Emma. Have I just lost Emma, or has everyone lost
No,
Emma?
unfortunately, Emma is known to have terrible internet. She'll be back in a minute, don't worry.
Oh, bless her. Thanks, Kieran.
Did you get that? Sorry, my Wi-Fi is not great.
I didn't. Sorry, Emma. Go ahead again.
Yeah, I was saying in terms of the CV, I know most jobs you attach motivational letters, especially for GP or hospital. So you've got that opportunity to research into the different trusts and see what points you need to tackle in your motivational letter. But if you're applying for a job where the CV is the only thing that you're providing, essentially, how do you make it clear in your CV why you're applying to that job specifically as opposed to any others out there?
I mean, you have to look at the job application, right? And you've got to really apply you've got to look at the skills that are required based on that job application, and look back at your portfolio and go, right, where can I cross-reference? Yeah. And that's really, and then pick those things out and put those in your CV, right? The other thing is, and we don't have time for it today, but there's, you know, networking is really, really important. Okay. Even in pharmacy, you know, everyone knows everyone somehow or another. Okay. There is a connection between you, right? So before you're applying for the role, find out about the company, right? Find out who owns that company, find out about, you know, where they are. If it's a community pharmacy, go visit them if you can, right? Go visit them, go see what it's like in the pharmacy. And this is really important for you to kind of, you know, get a feel for these companies and these organizations to know whether it's the right fit for you. Okay. Because fit is really important when it comes to where you work. Yeah. Because that's going to determine whether you stay there long term or not. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, you know, we don't always get it right. And also, you know, things change within organizations too. But it will give you an idea as to what it's like to work there. So reach out to people who already work there. Ask them, what is it like to work there? Yeah. And, you know, don't feel afraid to do that. Even as a trainee pharmacist, don't feel afraid to reach out. Like, people reach out to me all the time. I get messages all the time from like pharmacists across the you know, across the sectors. So reach out to people like myself, others within the profession who are very happy to speak to you about what we do and very happy to connect you to whoever you want to be connected to. If you don't know the person that you know, you don't have any direct kind of relationship with them, or you don't know somebody that they know, right? We're all pretty much a very friendly bunch. Like, you know, you can, you know, get in touch with any one of us. And that's where LinkedIn comes in, right? Where you can message, you know, Emma, you sent me a message there, even though we were connected via, you know, Amen, right? It's just an example of how, you know, you can directly message people, right? And ask them, what is it like to work in that hospital? What is it like to work in that pharmacy? What is it like, you know, to work in that GP practice? And ask those questions in advance and use that to be able to really tailor your CV. Does that help? Okay, I think we are bang on time, are we?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Kamal. Yeah, thanks again for joining us on a Sunday afternoon.
It's a
been very
pleasure.
good to have you, and I'm sure we'll work together in the future as well.
Yeah, no, it's an absolute pleasure. I didn't actually put it on there, but I have got my contact details. You can just look me up on LinkedIn. Just look for Kamal George and you'll find me on there. So you can connect with me there if you want to and message me. And if you've got any questions about your profiles, and don't hesitate to get in touch. I'm very happy to help. All right. See you soon.
Lovely. Thanks a lot, Mal. Enjoy afternoon. Bye. Okay. I hope you all enjoyed that, guys. We already have Shabina just joined us. However, we will do a quick Menti again and take a comfort break, just a few minutes, so we can grab a drink, and then we'll gather together for the last workshop for the day. So, Sally, do you want to share the next question? Lovely. So open up your Mentimeter on your devices again. So the next question focuses on which healthcare setting you see yourself in and you're most interested in practicing. So I've got hospital. Yep, we've got one hospital. Community pharmacy. Whoop. GP and PCN. Academia. Industry. So the one that answers others, it'll be nice to see which one you've got in mind. If you drop in the chat, it'll be good to see. Obviously, there is a lot of different roles in pharmacy now. We've got industry, lovely. No GP or PCN after Shupa's talk. I'll expect more from you. Lovely. So majority 2 people, I guess, as opposed to the others are saying hospital. But what's good with pharmacy is a very flexible profession, and you can actually work multi-sector, cross-sector. You can have a few part-time roles as well, so you don't have to stick to just one healthcare setting. Perfect. Thanks to everyone that participated. We'll take a quick break until 1:45, and then we'll have Shabina for the last workshop, Leadership in Pharmacy. So go grab a cup of coffee, cup of tea. I'll go make my coffee, and I'll see you in 7 minutes.
So that
Yeah. Oh, good.
Can you see it as full screen now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi everyone. Really nice to meet you, and thank you for having me. So as Emma just shared, I am the ICS or ICB Chief Pharmacist at Bedfordshire, Luton, Milton Keynes. It's not a well-established role. It's something that came into effect over the last year and a half, 2 years, as we've established integrated care systems. If you don't know about that, it's worth having a read and understanding around systems, because that's how, you know, different areas commission services and healthcare provision across systems. I'm not actually from Bedfordshire, Luton, Milton Keynes. You can probably tell by my accent that I'm actually Welsh, but I'll come on to that in a second. And before we get into leadership, I am quite flexible because I've delivered leadership training before, but I'm also conscious that it's the afternoon and it's Sunday, and some people might have more questions. But so I'm easy. There's a lot of slides that can be shared with you. So some of the slides I might just scan over and you can have a look in your own time so that I'm not talking for too long, if that makes sense. I did try and make it much shorter, but I think it's important before we start and get into leadership, just tell you a little bit around my career journey and how I've got to where I have today. So really quickly, it's going to be an introduction to me, and then we're going to have an overview of what we're intending to learn out of this session. And we'll be covering things like what is leadership, some leadership styles, compassionate leadership, and then summary and close. So I'll keep it brief, as I said, and I'll not spend too long on slides, as you can have some time to reflect and absorb some of the information, because some of the theory, whilst all interesting, I don't want to talk about it for too long. And I'm more than happy to take questions separately outside of this presentation. So I know there's not that many of you on here, but just, you know, it would be helpful if you could participate in conversations. And I've said here Chatham House rules, if you did want to share anything, not to go any further outside of this conversation, respecting others. And I'm sure it's not going to be an issue, but, you know, sharing the airtime and where possible cameras on, because it's nicer to engage with people. So about me, firstly, I always do this because I think when you see someone present, you're like, oh God, here we go. We're going to talk about their professional journey and career. So just a little bit around me. So I'm not actually from Bedfordshire, Luton, Milton Keynes. I was born in Wales, as you can probably tell, and from a small town called Neath, if anyone's familiar with it. It's near Swansea. And actually my heritage and my parents are from Bangladesh, so they immigrated here. And I was born up in a very small village town in Wales, where I guess you could say is it was challenging because there's not much opportunity there. But I remember I had a lot of encounters with a pharmacist in our sort of village area, because my mum is a hypochondriac, always in the pharmacy, always asking for medicines. And that's my first sort of a taste of what a pharmacist does. And he was very patient, and I think that's what drew me to pharmacy, because he was so patient with it, even though I could kill my mum at times. And so she'd go in and she'd be like, I've got this wrong with me and I've got this wrong with me, you need to spend time with me. So I remember thinking he has so much patience, and that's what prompted me to apply for pharmacy. And a little bit more about myself: I love to travel in my own time. I have 2 beautiful cats, you can see. I know you might not be a cat person, but I love my 2 cats, that's Phoenix and Rocket. And I guess I shared this little sort of quote here: authenticity requires vulnerability, transparency, and integrity. And that's values that I tend to abide by as I have progressed through my career. And I know it's quite early and you're thinking about your first steps into the career of pharmacy. It's worth thinking about what are your values and making sure that you know what they are. And that's sort of things that would prepare you for interviews as well. So about my career journey, so I won't spend too long on this. We can have questions towards the end. So I started in community pharmacy. I was a pre-reg in an independent in the middle of nowhere in Colchester, coincidentally. And the reason why I went there is because I liked my conversation I had with the tutor. I remember I interviewed for Boots Daily Waste. I was offered for all of the bigger multiples, but actually I just got a really good feeling about the tutor in this independent in the community pharmacy in Colchester. And I was just like, I want to go where I know I'm going to be supported. And it actually links to something the previous speaker said around getting to do your homework to understand, will this be a good fit for me? Because as much as it's important for you to be right for them, does it fit you? Is the hiring manager someone that you think, or your tutor is going to be someone that you can get on with? And you can get a grasp of that with an initial conversation or whatever. And if you find that it's a struggle or it's difficult, you need to think about how that will impact your training year or so forth. So yeah, after I qualified, I did really quickly some locum work for like 6 months while I was weighing out my options of where I wanted to work. I worked for then Tesco Pharmacy as a duty pharmacy manager, so as the second pharmacist in charge. I was quite bored within 8 months. I think the items were quite low and I felt like I needed more of a challenge. So within 9 months, I was offered a role at Boots. and I was a store manager. They called me up a week before saying, "Oh, the store manager's left. Can you be the store manager and pharmacist?" Which I said yes. And in hindsight, I'm glad it happened, but it was quite stressful because I'd never managed the store and retail before. And so it was quite hard because there was an established team, and I'm sure all of you will face this, where the pharmacy team have been there for 10, 15 years. Some of the members had to go in as a young person, and they were like, "Who is this person and why have they come?" So it was quite a difficult store to initially work in, and then through a lot of work and crying, I would say. And I'm being completely transparent here. It's difficult, your first store management, and understanding how you lead. And I made some mistakes as a leader because I thought, once I'm a pharmacist, I'm in charge and I know everything. Definitely not the right thing. But that's what we tend to think as when we're not aware of what it means to be a leader. So that was my first sort of link into like being a leader, but I was a manager. And I think I behaved more like a manager than a leader. And we'll touch on that a bit later on. And then after that, I wanted to change, was a teacher practitioner lecturer. So I did some lecturing at Reading University, which is where I studied. And then I did a year in policy. Not going to go into that. We can talk a little bit more about my career if that's what you want to do. And then I was really fortunate to be offered a Chief Pharmaceutical Officer's Clinical Fellow scheme for Keith Ridge, who was the Chief Pharmaceutical Officer of NHS England at the time. So he's the most senior chief pharmacist of the entire England. So he works at NHS England. It's now David Webb. So that was an opportunity to spend time with all the senior leaders, pharmacy senior leaders across all the arm's length bodies like Department of Health, across NHS England, Health Education England, all the different parts, to understand how the landscape works. Because one of the things as a pharmacist you will find, you're so wrapped up in what is in front of you, and it's important, patients and dispensing and checking and doing the services, but it's good to have an understanding of how pharmacy fits into the wider healthcare landscape. And that opportunity really allowed me to understand a little bit more around how does pharmacy fit into other parts of the system. And then briefly, I worked at Department of Health for EU Exit Medicine Supply before I joined Health Education in England, where I did 3 roles. I did regional facilitator with education and training, then I was a national program lead. And then, last year, just a year ago, I was recruited as the ICS Chief Pharmacist at BLMK. And when I went for that role, I was like, well, I'm not going to get this role, it's fine, but it's good for the experience. And I did not anticipate being hired because, if you've seen chief pharmacists, they don't always look like me. So I was a little bit like, well, I may as well try and be my best self. And I think the thing I will advise you when you go for roles, it's always worth going for the experience. And that's where I went. I went for the experience. You can learn a lot from interviews. And when I went for that interview, I was like, I learned from this interview and miraculously got offered it. But which was really positive, actually, very positive. I shared the vision of what I'd want to do. So I reflected on, as a pharmacist, what can we do to improve the health outcomes of a population, not just dispensing medicines or service delivery. What else can we do? And I thought wider, and I thought about my family and my mum, who has severe mental health issues and has had a lot of health inequalities because she didn't get the right healthcare service at the right time. So I just reflected that in my interview as to what I'd want to do for BLMK, which is Bedfordshire Luton Milton Keynes. And on the left-hand side, you'll see I've done quite a few courses. This is a few that I've listed. And I guess it's not to show off or to say I've done this and I've done that. It's just to highlight that this is the beginning of a journey. And once you have qualified as a pharmacist, the journey of learning never ends. And I would encourage you to keep learning and developing yourself, because in order to be better, always you evolve. And every year I look back at what have I done to develop myself in the past year? What course have I done? What have I learned that's new? And it's important to have that mindset so that you can be the best that you can be. Okay, so that's me, and we can come back to my career if we have some questions towards the end. I just thought it'd be useful for the students on this call. So in regards to this session, and I'm fairly flexible, we're going to hopefully by the end of the session become familiar with different leadership concepts. develop and identify your leadership style, gain an understanding of what makes a successful leader. So hopefully we should be able to cover all of that in the next 35 minutes or so. So I guess when I'm thinking about leadership, and all of you to reflect on this, when you think about leadership is a shared process of enhancing the collective and individual capacity for people to accomplish their work and roles effectively. So it's not just about a manager. If you think about leadership, it's about guiding people. It's about helping them be the best that they can be. It's enabling them so that they can do or achieve or work together effectively to get to a goal. So that is what it means to be a leader. So it's not, leadership is something you do, so not something you are necessarily. Not everyone is going to be like, I'm a leader. It's just how you do it and how you conduct yourself. That is what leadership is. So many people exercise leaderships. You don't need to be in a formal position of authority. I think there's a misconception where if you're a manager, that's the only time you need to lead. At every point of your career, you can lead, even if you're the pre-reg. Foundation. I'm using an old term. Even when you're a foundation pharmacist or when you are a student doing a placement, you can lead. It doesn't need to be a formal authority or a title. So it's just very much for you to get an understanding that is what leadership is. It's what you do and how you conduct yourself. Okay. So for the next slide, so I'm going to share some slides in the next one, and it's just some images of some leaders, and just a few minutes, if you could, Emma, if you could help with the chat, because I can't see the chat function. So you'll see some pictures of some prominent figures. And then I just want to understand, do you know who they are? I'm sure you do. Who are these leaders, and why do you think we might have picked these people as a leader? And what do you think makes them a good leader, and why, I guess? And it'd be good to get some thoughts on who these leaders are. So if you want to start popping in the chat. Usually I do Menti, but I didn't have the chance to do all of that. But if we start like looking at these people, does anyone idea who they are and why do you think we might have chosen them? And if you could feedback, because I can't see the chat at all. So I'm sure we know who some of these people are. And some of them you may not necessarily think are leaders. It's interesting, it's perception as well.
I've got Martin Luther King.
Yes, great.
First comment.
Great. And whoever put that is correct. It's the guy in the black and white photo. Why do you think that Martin Luther King, what attributes does he has that makes him a leader, do we think? Anyone want to comment? Or you're welcome to talk as well if you need to. The hands are up, I can't. Yeah. Anyone want to put their hands up? What makes Martin Luther King a good leader?
So Sally is saying he fought for equal rights in America.
Yeah, so he stood up for equality. He was courageous because he did that when at a time where it was quite difficult. Yes. Anything else? Any other people that you recognize on the slide? Emma, do you know anyone?
Gandhi.
Yeah, Gandhi, yes, Mahatma Gandhi. Do you know much about Mahatma Gandhi? He's widely recognized as like a political spiritual leader. So he was honored in India, and he put a stance against practice the principle of something called satyagraha, resistance to tyranny, through mass non-violent civil disobedience. So he stood up for the rights of humans, and is very much, again, courageous, making sure that you communicate well, and have those sort of attributes, not being afraid to say or call out where things are wrong. Yeah. Anyone else? Just none of you all. Anyone else recognize any of the others? What about the young girl on the bottom hand? Anyone heard of her?
Greta.
Yeah, yeah, that's Greta Thunberg. So she's an old climate activist, 19-year-old, that called out leaders across the world out for their neglect and failing to address the threat that humanity faces. So she was young, but it didn't stop her from having a voice. So the reason why I shared some of these figures are because it doesn't matter where you are in your age or where you are, you can still have attributes of a good leader. There's also you may not have come across her. Does anyone know the person on the right at the top? Yeah, Salita, you're nodding. Who is it? Who is it?
Is it Jacinda?
Yes, Jacinda Ardern. So she was excellent. She was the Prime Minister in New Zealand, and I don't know if you saw her, but I think she's hugely impressive. So how she navigated the COVID pandemic and acting swiftly, calmly, and communicating what they were going to do, and how they managed to quickly, get everything in place. A really great leader. And then you've also got Malala, who's in the orange. She's Malala Yousafzai. She's a teenager that's rose to fame in her memoir. If you haven't read it, it's really great. I am Malala. So her fearless journey as a young student fighting for access to education in Pakistan. So really, really great memoir if you haven't read it. And then you've also got a controversial one, Sir Alex Ferguson, who is very successful with at Man United Football Club. And some would say that he might not necessarily have best attributes of a leader, but he got the job done. So it's very much how you perceive him as a leader. But I guess in essence, what I'm trying to say is you can look different. You can be at every age, and there are certain attributes that they might have in common as a leader. So leadership behaviors, we touched on it a little bit through that exercise, is having compassion for others, making sure that you understand and put yourself in other people's shoes. We talked about standing up for civil rights, human rights, so inclusivity, and then curiosity. So a good leader will ask questions, want to understand a person, be curious, and not just be doing their job and going towards a goal. Perseverance is really important because sometimes you're not going to click with everyone. I think when I was young, I used to think, I want everyone to like me and I want everyone to get on and everything's going to be fine. I usually get on with everyone. But the truth is, we are humans and not everyone will click with you. And it's about having that perseverance to understand where's the commonality here? How can we work together? Sometimes you might not necessarily like a person, but you have to find a way to work with them. And then willingness, that ties into, you've got self-discipline, because at times you have to be in control of yourself and discipline yourself to be able to lead. And humility, showing humility is obviously really important as well. I guess in your own time, it'll be really good to think about, as you progress through your careers, how are you going to support yourself and your teams, if you do end up leading a team, these behaviors to demonstrate and live and breathe these leadership behaviors, because they're really important and actually challenging as well. You need to be confident in addressing where things aren't right, where you can see if there's a clear discrimination or where there is people being, even racism. You need to call that out and not be it's important not to be a bystander in these situations, and having the courage to call out. That's what makes a really good leader. Okay, so have a think about that as you progress through your careers. And a lot of the questions when you start interviewing will be around leadership. So think about it and think about, what have you done? Even in group work at university, how have you led? What has your role been? Think about some of the situations you've been in and how you've demonstrated these leadership behaviors. All really important to highlight when you're interviewing for a role, for example. Okay. So in this one, if you'd want to put your hand up or put it in the chat, do you think there's a difference between management and leadership? And if so, what's the difference between a manager and a leader, given what we've just talked about? And we wait. Otherwise, I don't mind you picking on people because I can't really see, but it'd be good just to make it flow quickly. People could respond. What do we think the difference is between a manager and a leader? Yeah, Salita, yay, you got a hand up. Thank you.
I think a manager is more of a title than anything. So I think someone who is has a managerial role does not necessarily have leadership skills that are up to par enough where they can lead a team essentially. So it's I would say that's a distinguishment, but obviously when you are known as someone who is a manager, it gives you a bit of authority as well. So but then earning people's respect that comes with your ability to connect with people and lead a team. So I think they're interlinked, but they're not necessarily the same thing.
I couldn't agree more, 100%. I think manager and leader, there's a lot of commonality, but absolutely the manager is very much a title. And on the slide, you can see on the left-hand side where the manager, essentially you can see the contrast between the manager and leader. Managers who dictate sometimes might say to follow things and they're the one that's in charge. And I'm not going to lie to you, very early in my career, I thought I was like, I think my mindset was that's a leader, which is you dictate and tell. But actually, I've learned quite quickly that's not how it works. You need a team. And if you look on contrast on the right-hand side, in order for the manager's in the big cog in the middle, but he can't function without the team. So a leader is getting those team members to work effectively so that you can work effectively. And then you're all aligned in the same way. In order to make this move forward, you need to have a goal that you're all working towards together. So it's important to understand. And as Salita said, there is some interlink. So as a manager, you can be a good leader and you can actually display leadership qualities. It's what you define as leadership, and how you behave is what makes you a leader. So leadership refers to influence, motivating, enabling others, and contributing so that you're towards a goal that you're working together, and inspiring others to be better. Whereas management might be like a set of goals that you want to tick box and get through. But as we said, also they can be interlinked. But yes, thank you, Salita. That's really helpful. So one of the things, just quickly on this slide, leadership myths. So everyone's like, well, you were either born a leader or you're not one. That's absolutely not true, because actually what we've just learned about is leadership is a set of behaviors and what you do as opposed to what you were born. You can develop leadership behaviors as you progress through your careers, through situations, through learning, through experiential learning, as well as other people. But just by observing other senior leaders, you can pick up skills to make you an effective leader. And actually, they tend to, especially when you look at like a lot of TV shows or films back in the day, a lot of the leaders you see are very charismatic. They're extrovert, they're loud, and you see them as leaders, but not necessarily. But they're not all leaders are not going to be like that. Some leaders are quiet. They don't need to be as vocal. They might be a leader naturally by sitting back and then listening and then saying something. You don't necessarily have to be a really loud, outspoken person to be a leader, but that's what we used to think that is what you need to be. A quiet person can lead a team. It doesn't have to be an extrovert. So it's just to recognize again, when we look at those different figures across pop culture, they're all got different personalities. They're not all the same. So leadership qualities can be developed. And I just want you to realize as you start your careers, you can learn to behave as a leader and develop leadership qualities. So touching on what we said, the myths, heroic leadership, and as I've just said, is for many years, it's been suggested that you're a hero. If you're a leader, you know everything. You know what's right, what's wrong. But actually, in essence, that doesn't necessarily create better outcomes for leaders or teams. So leadership is about relationships and not being a superhero and knowing everything about everything. I think a lot of some people might feel like you need to know everything to be a chief pharmacist. I will hold my hands up and say, I do not know everything about everything. And I will go to team members to be like, can you tell me about this? It's not about a title. It's about leadership, is about how you behave and how you support others and getting that influence. It's encourage. I think if we believe in heroic leadership, it encourages people just to look to you for answers. So if you think that you're the one that is in control and you know everything and you are the pharmacist in charge and therefore everything is that, you need to be receptive. Actually, you're not going to always know. And also what makes it difficult is if you exercise heroic leadership where you think that you know everything and everything is right. Some of the things that I've learned has been from some excellent pharmacy technicians who have been experienced, and it's through their experience I learned from. So heroes make so if you have that conception that you know, all leaders should be heroes, you're then saying that you're not allowed to make mistakes, and actually it's not the right mindset to have around heroic leadership. So I think it's important to understand it's not like that anymore. Things are different. So this will be a good one for you to reflect on in your own time. And we've touched on it. Leadership is not about your title. It's not about your position. It's not about you're an exec, not about your chief pharmacist. It's about how you conduct and behave yourself. So this is very much around your behavior. If you're a kind person, good person, wants the best for others, if you lead from that quality and those values, then you will be more effective as a leader. But if you say, well, I'm the chief pharmacist and I know what's best because I'm in this position and I'm a band 9, whatever, then that's not going to make you an effective leader. If you're a compassionate person, if you're a kind person, if you are someone who can communicate well and try to understand, seek to understand, listen, that's what makes you a great leader. It's not about your title, position, authority, okay? So authentic leadership, you might have come across it, and it links into what I just mentioned, which is you need to lead from the core of who you are so that you can inspire others. There's no use pretending to be someone you're not. It's about knowing who you are as a person, and then you try and lead with that in mind. So when you are leading authentically, you need to be self-aware, you need to be genuine, and you need to understand what are your strengths and what are your limitations, and actually how do you manage your emotions during difficult times, and making sure that you're aware that when you are leading, there'll be times of difficulty, there'll be times where you can't potentially do something, but it's okay to lean on people. It's absolutely fine. And when you are leading, it's important that your words are consistent with actions and behaviors. So it's no use saying, I do care about you and I want the best for you, when you don't ever ask them how their day have been. So as a leader, the least you should be asking is everything okay? Or touching base. I know you can't do that all the time, but checking in on team members to see if everything's okay. Or if you notice that something seems a little bit off, it's likely that there is something off, then you should ask that question. So that's you demonstrating emotional intelligence, authentic leadership, and compassion for others. And where we've said about traditionally, we've seen people as a leader, as the person on top, and then the followers at the bottom. But actually, it's about how do you see them as your team, and how can you bring them along with you so that they will work with you as opposed to work against you. Because if you can't get them on board, you can't, as a leader, do everything by yourself. So it's really important that when you go into a new role, when you go into a new team, understanding different team members. Some people might not like to talk all the time. Some people might not want to have a joke with you, and that's absolutely fine. Adapt yourself and be aware that a certain leadership style may not work with some people. So it's about leading yourself, not being aware of your emotions and finding that common ground with the people that you're going to be working with as you progress through your career. And then this emotional intelligence, I touched on this already. So emotional intelligence is very much the capacity to recognize your own feelings and those of others, and to manage yourself. So when you know, I'm sure it doesn't need to be necessarily at work. All of us have a trigger, and there's a point where we can feel ourselves getting angry or upset. Managing and self-regulating is key to becoming a good leader. If you're emotionally intelligent, you'll recognize the symptoms. I don't know, some people might start breathing heavier. Some people might get really hot because they're getting frustrated and angry. I remember once I was working in community pharmacy, and it was that time when I was a store manager and I was really struggling with the team. It was an underperforming store and people were complaining because the prescriptions weren't ready. And I just had a bit of a meltdown at lunchtime, and I can share that. I went to the bathroom and I called my line manager. I said, I just can't do this. It's so difficult. The team are very difficult. They don't want to change. But sometimes it's okay to do that, trusting someone and sharing that. It can help calm you down. But what would have been bad in that situation is if I continued to work in the dispensary and then just was angry towards them and upset. So it's about how do you regulate yourself during difficult times. So emotional intelligence is very much understanding your strengths, understanding where you're going to be triggered, and then managing it so that you're not affecting those around you. And at times it is really difficult because people will annoy you and people will be rude, but you have to manage yourself. And I think it's critical that you develop that emotional intelligence as you progress through your careers. So it's as I said, it's the other thing is empathy as well. So having empathy for your team, understanding and putting yourself in their shoes, and recognizing emotion. If you sense something's going wrong, that's also, it's not just about managing yourself, it's also about recognizing emotion in others. Okay, so there's this video. It's called Angela Duckworth's TED Talk. We don't have time for it today, but it's something that you should look at because it was fascinating when I first saw it. It very much talks about this concept of grit, and the reason why she's left a high-flying job in consulting and to become a primary school teacher. And it was in her interest. She wanted to research what is it that makes students successful or people successful. And actually, what you would automatically assume that people become successful because of money. You might assume it's IQ. You might think that it's because they've had help or they've had a lot of support, technology. You might think it's their family, friends that has supported them. But actually, what they have discovered through this research, which I thought was fascinating, is the key to becoming successful, and it's important to all of you as you start your careers, is something called, what she said is grit. And so outstanding achievement is not talent, but grit, a special blend of passion and persistence. So it's a little bit like resilience. And because in life, it's not linear. It's not going to be as easy as I do this and this happens and this happens. We need to move away from that. That's not how life is. That's not how it works. Actually, gritty people are able to maintain their determination and motivation over long periods, even with setback. They have a goal in mind and they work towards it. Despite everything that's thrown at them, they are working towards that goal. And that's grit. And that's what makes someone incredibly successful. So it's really important you reflect on this, because as you start your careers, you're going to have lots of ups and lots of downs. And actually, if your aim is, I want to be, I don't know, a chief pharmacist, say in an ICS, I don't know, or something, I want to be by, I don't know, whatever your age is, how you need to start thinking, no matter what is thrown at me, I know I'm going to get there, and having that resilience and ability to see this is all I need to get through to get to where I need to. And it's actually working really hard to make that future a reality. That's what makes people successful. So it's really important that you keep your goal in mind. There's also quite a few, there's something that I listened to in a podcast recently about I think it was like, in order to become your best self and flourish in your career and life, not just career, there's 6 areas we should be focusing on. And it's personal development. You never stop learning. Do you have a goal or inspiration that you want to work towards? Have you got autonomy over time? And what that means is, are you making the most effective use of your time? When you work and when you've gone into a full-time job, it's going to hit you real hard, just so you know. It's nothing like uni. It's nothing like that. You got limited holidays, limited days that you can have days off. And the reality is, we're not used to that when you go into a full-time work. It's a completely different stage of your life. And it's about, how do you make the best of your evenings? How do you make the best of your weekends? And part of that is having that control over, what am I going to invest my time in? What's going to be beneficial to me, my career, my personal life, etc. And having that balance. And the 4th one is environmental mastery, which I'm not going to go into. It's about where you're living. Is it conducive to the life that you want? And then the 5th and 6th are strong relationships. And I think Homal touched on it. It's something that I touched on, not in this session, but networking having really good close peers and friends is so important, because when you're going crazy one day because you've had patients shouting at you or something's gone wrong, which it could go wrong, you need to have a venting system or peers or people to talk to, and it's so important to navigate yourself. And then the sixth is self-acceptance, so knowing and accepting your demons and accepting them, your strengths, your weaknesses, and being very self-aware. So it's just something that you should look at. I think if I can find who this was by, it's something that you should look into. It's quite interesting. But the reason why I shared that is just in order to be your best self, you need to think about all of these things. And as I said to you, your plan might be to get to somewhere, but in reality, you're going to have to overcome storms and lots of tornadoes and lots of things going wrong. Sometimes really unexpected things that could completely take you off course. But if you have a goal in mind, just keep working towards it and keep that in mind that I'm going to get there, and have that belief. And in order to get that, you need the network, you need the friends, you need the support. So make sure you have, you're thinking about all of these factors as you progress through your career. I was going to ask if people are wanting a break now, or I can continue, because I've been talking for quite a while. Or shall I just move on quickly? Emma?
That's fine. Yeah, we can ask the attendees and just see if you guys want a quick comfort break. Just put a yes in the chat or a no if you wanna.
If not, I can finish it in 10 minutes. Yeah.
How are people feeling?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Sunday afternoon, so everyone's getting a bit quiet now.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I just wondered.
No. Okay, so we'll keep
going. Okay.
pushing.
Okay. So
Emma is okay. Yeah.
Okay, Emma, would you be able to share this video? So I'm going to ask you to watch this video and just think about the different leadership behaviors that you're seeing. And it'd be good to get a conversation around which ones you liked and which one you didn't like. And then I'll quickly go through the tiny bit of theory, which you can look at your own time. And then we'll close a summary and close for questions. So if we share this video, it's interesting. It's about different leadership styles. Emma, if you could share it, please. With
thumbs up.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear it now? Sally, Key, can you hear it? Let me play again. No.
No.
I'm not sure if someone else.
You'd like me to try it, Emma?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine. You can just send me a link or
in the chat. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I don't know. In Teams, you have to share it with sound, so I'm not sure how it works on Zoom, to be honest.
Okay, let me try and play it. I think I can hear it from my screen, but let me just play it. Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
See those little black boxes? They're called telephones. I'm gonna let you on a little secret about these telephones. They're not gonna dial themselves, okay? Without you, they're just worthless hunks of plastic. Like a loaded M16 without a trained Marine to pull the trigger. And in the case of the telephone, it's up to each and every one of you, my highly trained Stratonites, my killers who will not take no for an answer. They don't know your heart. I do. I've seen it. You have shown it to me. You have shown this coaching staff, your teammates. You have shown yourselves just exactly who you are in here. When you take that field today, you've got to lay that heart on the line. You don't have to be the bad guy. You are the most talented, most interesting,
and most extraordinary person in the universe. And you are capable of amazing things because you are this special. And so am I. So is everyone.
Logenton mire no más me isa. Iderenakop sa verdagon isa.
Laban, squadras, trezikil.
You leave tonight.
I want this mark all the way back to Earth with time to spare. We never lost an American in space. We're sure as hell not going to lose one on my watch. Failure is not an option.
From now on, you will speak only when spoken to. And the first and last words out of your filthy sewers will be, sir. Do you maggots understand that?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Bullshit, I can't hear you. Sound off like you got a pair.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Let me just share my slides. So it'd be good before I share my slides. What do we think of so there's 6 leadership styles, which I'm going to go through very quickly. What do we think of